Yeah, if they hadn't done that, even though my paycheck would have said I'm earning 26 an hour, it would have felt like 16. I love my union. But yeah, later I went after I had voted yes on it. I took the what was on the contract that we had, and I read through it later entirely to see everything about it, and it's solid. Basically, we lose nothing, gain everything. Is what that was. And it's solid. I'll start my start soon screen and start spreading things around in 30 minutes. But for now,
Horse definitely fucked up. He didn't mean to say that today was 7. It was supposed to be 6. But he's stuck with it now.
Fuck. Yeah, so it looks like I did indeed accidentally put 7 o'clock on the goddamn things. So
That Friday copy paste.
Yep. It's exactly what I think I did. So I'm gonna double check, make sure that it did I send is that what I did to you as well, Razor?
Let me double check.
Yeah. Yep. Fucking Saturday, 4/25/26 at 7 p.m. Fuck me. Castle, let's see. Yep, 7 p.m. Fuck.
Yep.
All right. Well,
everyone's probably scrambling after seeing the ping go off. I just was able to get home at a decent time and actually eat and do shit, which is rare for me nowadays.
That link is for your video feed, if you would.
I did a great thing today.
Yeah? What was that?
I made a potato and corn dough and stuffed it with a bunch of fucking cheese and the vegetable and meat mixture that goes in the shepherd's pie. I made a stuffed shepherd's pie bread. That's fucking good.
Nice. I'm going to be that guy right now. You know that, right? I got to be that guy. I can't help but be that guy. So what was your lamb ratio?
I bought a pre-bought mix of, it was veal, lamb, and beef. So
all right, cheers. Most people call it and myself included. I used to refer to mine as a shepherd's pie, and I found out there's a difference between a shepherd's pie and a cottage pie because I don't use lamb. Beef is just called a cottage pie. So, but as long as you had a blend, man, then you were on top of it.
It was called the meatloaf blend, but fuck it, it works.
Control, copy text. Who else is new to this? Then probably hasn't done this before. Roddy. Boom. Control, baby. I think that's everybody. All right.
Just so you're aware, if you're here, this is essentially the pregame. I have not started streaming yet, so we're just chilling. Oh my God, that picture that you put into that group chat, Tyler, you look like fucking Mr. Rogers. You need to knock that off. That seriously needs to be your new like avatar picture.
So am I hearing that it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Being sure. Okay. I knew Tyler liked trolleys.
And mailmen.
No, he always gave that
M-A-I-L.
He always gave that mailman the side eye for some reason.
Wow. Shots fired. Shots fired. All right, so it looks like I accidentally had us open audio for a second there, but I don't think it really matters. We didn't say anything too damning, did we?
Nope.
All right, good. We're all pretty good at this. Like, we don't ever say anything on stream that we wouldn't say, like, to our moms or to Tyler's mom.
I definitely don't say those things on stream.
Yeah, well, I got my ginger ale, I got my coffee, bought a brand new bottle of Bushmills. Tonight is going to be a good night, kids. And since I got 8 more minutes before we actually kick this party off, I'm going to go kiss my wife one more time. I'll be right back. Come on, you fuckers.
Seu guri vai brincar o dia todo, é melhor que aqueles carros de flexão. Isso aqui nem precisa de flexão, tá ligado? É só você botar pra... Ó, chama, moleque. Aqui, ó, bota ele mais pra cá. Agora a NASA vem. Muito melhor do que aqueles carros de controle remoto também, rapaz. É só com a chavinha aqui, ó. Chama. Quem quiser, chama no direct. Não.
Fucking check in, Shasta. Check in. Good dogs. Stop. Stop.
This starts an hour later, right?
Yeah.
40 American minutes.
Alright. I just realized that now.
Yeah, that was what I was saying. I accidentally fucked up.
It's fine, I'm eating dinner anyway, so I'll be back.
Word. We're about to be audio hot, so there we go. Welcome in, everybody. I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked up bad. There's an assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What, Krail? You're being funny, right?
No.
Okay, somebody tell me more.
There's not much info. It's only been like 20 minutes maybe. But yeah, some law enforcement official confirmed there was a shooter, but no further details are immediately available.
Who cares, Xrox? Well, I mean, first of all, from a reasonable standpoint, we should always care that our American leadership being targeted by somebody. Like, that's always bad. It is indicative of our country's overall political, thermostat, right? But more importantly, if you just want to be as negative Nancy about it as a person can be, then at the very least, they're exactly. You don't want him to be a martyr, and you don't want them to be able to use this as justification for escalation, which they will. Whether they're going to try to pin this on somebody from a different country in order to escalate there, or if they want to pin it on somebody from our country, so this task, or it's not even pin it. If it's actually truly one of those two, it's going to justify an escalation that I don't think any of us wants. So that's why we should care. I'm perfectly willing to fake. Yeah, exactly. Like that's. Yes, I'm willing to agree that they're willing to fake or manufacture, but a false flag is still a fucking flag, and we don't want that. So it's bad. Anyway. So as I said, you guys are unfortunately going to have to listen to me. People are going to slowly be trickling in over the course of the next, 37 minutes? Yeah, 37 minutes. There we go. So the DMZ is getting a little bit of a late start. And you know what? I don't know. Maybe we start just hold it at 7 o'clock. Anybody have any reason that we shouldn't just keep it at 7 o'clock?
East Coasters.
Yeah, that is fucked for the East Coasters. That means 10 p.m. their time, right? Yeah, Ancom just chimed up. It's like, yeah, no, I got a reason. All right. I stopped the music, right? The music's not coming through anymore. Yeah, cool. Or I could actually have it playing and just quieter. There we go. We're playing softly in the background. Now you can't even hear it, though. Whatever. It's always one thing, one thing or another. Just theories Trump faked this just so he could get away from all those reporters. I was actually just watching a thing that was laying out all of the evidence that the Butler thing, that all of the things that smelled kind of funny about the Butler situation, the Butler attempt. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of things that when you look at it don't really add up or make sense. Now, I know everybody here knows that I am more open to conspiracies than most folks. I'm not necessarily convinced, but it's definitely enough to make you scratch your chin. So be more scared of Vance taking over. Well, that's also part of it, right? But no, not only Vance taking over. Think about the fact that Vance would take over and Vance would have a mission. Vance would have the will of the people who feel like they just had their president stolen from them. The average American who is ambivalent towards Trump, but again, same thing, feels that their president was killed regardless. And so he would be extra aggressive, extra motivated, and that would be extra fucking terrifying. So, don't fall for the shoot by the ear nonsense because that's a moronic take. They didn't have to shoot by. No, they didn't shoot by the ear. I'm sorry. Yeah, no. That anybody who thinks that part of the smells funny involves that kid being such a trained sniper that he was able to nick his ear. Yeah, no. I don't remember who it was that first said it. I had a similar thought though. Donald Trump was part of the fucking WWF, y'all. Everybody knows what blading is. If you've ever watched any wrestling, any professional wrestling, you know what blading is, right? Now, is that necessarily what happened? I don't know. Probably not. But it's not possible, or it's not possible. Like, Vance is far more pliable by folks like Curtis Yarvin, Peter Thiel than Trump is, so that would also be terrifying. Exactly. Yeah, it's not even that he's pliable. Like, he's taken the whole fucking thing. His ear does look scar-free, like it was a tiny little razor cut that, again, this is old hat for professional wrestlers. I don't remember who was it. Mick Foley? I think it was Mick Foley. I think I read that somewhere that started that, or that like started the whole blading trend, and they don't supposedly do it anymore. But yes, the huge female, the huge. Yes, we do remember the thing that was on his ear to absorb the absolute zero amounts of blood that were coming out of it. If he was shot in the ear, there would be a chunk missing. Exactly. There would be noticeable damage. Even if, well, okay, hold on. If we are talking about the president, and the president has access to literally the best doctors, just the best. I mean, reconstructive surgery can do wonders. So maybe, especially if it really did just fucking nick him. I don't know. Yeah, that is correct, Darth. Somebody did die. Which that was discussed in this conspiracy theory that somebody had to make it look real. And the fact is that guy happened to be an actual like hero, like a fireman, and like highly decorated, and this, that, and the other. And so extra motivation for the people. So, but yeah.
I'm allowed to speak with you since we're kind of just waiting for everyone, right?
Yeah. We're all just
being sure. Hey, I got myself on full screen on my side, not really showing anything other than myself. Hello, beautiful people.
Sure.
So yeah, that I don't know what's going on with that. With this shooting, like you and me both just heard it just now. So, fuck.
Yeah, I would like more details. If anybody has a link, that would be awesome. Oh my God, X-Rocks, that is fucking perfect. But also kind of mean. So, yeah. So we may as well take a moment real quick and get. Lethe was also nicked in the ear. Yeah, no, I saw it. Didn't post anything about either yesterday's or today's debates in the announcements channel in the Discord. What? Oh, it's doing the stream announcements, but I didn't say do the thing. And so do we like that? Should I start doing that more often, like promoting it in advance? I tried that out just to see what it would look like. Moving forward.
Yeah, otherwise I even have no idea when the fuck's shit's happening. So definitely.
Okay. All right. And when do you think? First thing that morning or the night before? When is a good window?
Night before might be the best option.
Whenever you book it.
You know that is liable to change 4 hours before.
Is it just going to be a couple names you have to edit, or is the whole time and event and everything changing?
True story. I guess I would just be able to slap things. Well, sometimes. Because you saw what the original plan for tonight looked like, and then I'm pretty sure I sent it to you, and then it looks completely fucking different now. So, actually, no, that's not true for tonight. It was for last night. Tonight, actually, and I low-key was telling Auntie this earlier, like, knock wood, but this is the first time I've scheduled something a week out, and every single person actually followed through. Nobody is canceled. Everybody seems to be showing up. I fucked up. Because I said 7 o'clock instead of 6, but that was just a copy paste error. So,
oh, I gotta say, sorry, but no, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
24 hours in advance, so the night before, and that way I can edit the message later if shit changes. Okay, exactly. Yeah, 24 hours out is, I think, is probably for the best, because that way mostly it's locked in. People don't usually flake out unless something significant happens. So, and yeah, Groofus, apparently there was another attempt. I don't know any details. Fail 4. Okay, so there was the Butler incident, there was the Mar-a-Lago incident. What was number 3? Yeah, Groofus is asking the same question. Or is this a joke? Does anybody know? Has there been?
I think the third one was when someone tried to take a gun off of a police officer.
Oh right, yeah, there was fuck, I can't remember. I can't remember the exact placement, but I do remember it was like almost a achoo, what, I missed it kind of moment. Like that's how little it was.
Gotcha. Tung Tung Sahur is his name? Yeah, okay. They're going to restart the White House Correspondents' Dinner, not mention if Trump will return. Yeah, and I actually saw something about the fact that he was like, allegedly his health is deteriorating at a rapid rate. So,
Maybe we'll do that.
yeah. The show must go on. That's exactly right. So, yeah, I don't, there's so many things now that I'm focused as much as I am on the DMZ. I don't get to paint minis anymore. I don't get to follow the news as closely. There's a lot of shit I just don't have. I don't have my head in it anymore. So, do I think Trump has ever played Fortnite? No, Beach. I do not believe so. No, I will not invite Trump to be on the DMZ.
Trump's
Mostly just
I mean, Epstein was into Fortnite, so maybe he did.
Oh, you know
duels
what?
with
Maybe,
them.
or maybe Epstein was playing DMZ while Donald was, servicing.
more
him.
of a PUBG guy.
Me and my boy Jeffrey definitely hit the gritty on him. We got the victory royale.
I love that chicken dinner. Yeah.
The winner, bolognese chicken dinner.
Yes, actual shots fired at Trump apparently. So
I heard it was
he
in
seems
the
like he'll
lobby.
be next time.
It was in the lobby.
Was it? Yeah, I was about to say, do we know any details at all?
And they just grabbed him and rushed him out immediately, like he was across the stage in like 1 second.
Damn.
That sounds about right. Stream together. I'm gonna go ahead and bring you into it, Razor.
Ask about that.
Everything's working good.
It does seem to be, yes, sir, Chief.
All right,
I appreciate you, brother. Yeah,
Hope
go-
y'all
clock
have
out.
a good stream, except for
Yeah.
Tyler. Later.
Yeah, okay. Later.
Oh, make sure you mute yourself on the thing.
Yes. And for what it's worth, everybody who is new, do that on the video feed as well, just in case. So, ooh, okay, we got.
Think
Thank
I
you, Vigi.
took care of that. Oh, that's interesting looking. Yeah. There we go. Sorry. I got it. I think. Did I hit the right button?
Is this thing on?
Yes, it is. Okay, so they're showing him a white card of some sort. Oh, it's some magician. Oh, and then apparently something happened. Everybody's looking around.
What the fuck?
And just like that, they scooped him up and ran him out the room.
What did you send me? What did Xbox just send me? What the fuck?
Oh, is that the Leafy picture?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Leafy catches strays unironically all the time. So,
Is that the fourth or fifth attempt on Trump?
okay, well, so apparently it's the fourth,
Fourth,
but
apparently.
I don't remember the third. I'm sure that you're keeping score. So, what was the third one? Do you remember, Roddy?
Well, there was the shooting at Butler, Pennsylvania. There was the attempted shot, which he never got because the Secret
Yeah, on
Service
the-
agent found him
Yep,
on the golf course.
Yep, those
Yeah,
are the two
well,
we know about. What was the third?
thinking the third one was that you sneeze and you miss it kind of story where it said like, oh, another attempt, but
Well-
he barely got moving.
Yeah, if you want
It
to
was
be
just somebody
really,
who got
really
it.
technical, this is the 6th because there was the Iranian plot, there was the person trying to grab the gun, and there was the rice and laced letter.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking of the guy who tried to grab the gun, so that was 3.
Yeah.
And this would be
Wait a
4.
minute. The rice and laced letter?
Yeah, someone sent him a rice and laced letter on some Breaking Bad shit.
Okay. And you said, what Iranian plot?
The Iranians were apparently plotting to have Trump assassinated in some way, shape, or form. I don't know.
According to...
I don't know. Let's take that to the next level. Grok.
Yeah,
let's
just out of
go.
curiosity, if you wouldn't mind. And
So
then
was
the
this
third
actually an attempt on him then, or
what was
Could
the
have been
story?
anyone,
Well,
technically.
yeah, it could have been exactly. What
Could've
was
been
the
someone
story
hated
of the grab a
APU.
gun thing?
everything I'm saying is what I'm reading here? It's like with it being in the completely different room and it happening, it could have been a lovers' quarrel, and they're just like, I want my kids. I don't know.
They might have. I mean, that's the way that they would have reacted with Trump to get him out of the room if there was any sort of craziness, right? Like even if there was an unrelated altercation in the room, they're gonna get him the fuck out.
So a man
Exactly.
named Asif Merchant came over from Pakistan. He was a Pakistani national with ties to the IRGC. And he was arrested in Texas. We had 3 potential targets: Trump, Biden, and Nikki Haley. And he was arrested. He was convicted in March 2026. So like a month ago. He was an Iranian assassin, basically over here to try to take a shot at the president. Oh, apparently there's 2 actually. Another one, Fareed Shakira was an Afghani national with IRGC ties, and he was charged and found guilty in Manhattan. And that one was specifically about Trump. So 2 times.
I almost instinctively started doing the hips don't lie bit. His name being Shakira. I can't.
Yeah, that is a little too much, isn't it?
Shakiri. It's 1 letter off.
Shakiri. Okay. See.
Yeah, you got to get that. You got to get them vowels right, buddy. Otherwise, it changes the tone for some people.
Shakiri.
Hang on, everybody. I will be right back. I'm sorry, my dog's being stupid. Shasta, check in. Get in.
Oh my god.
Get in here.
We're gonna put some bets down. We're gonna put some bets down, and who got it?
Get in.
Another right winger.
Now.
Yeah, we got a right winger for $20. I got transgender.
I didn't say put money down. I did not put money. I'm just saying that's my thought because it's a pattern.
I got 50 on transgender shooter.
Shut the fuck up.
Come on, somebody get Groiper. Get Groiper. Like you can get double down since it's a very niche one.
Didn't I say I said right winger? Didn't I?
Yeah,
Draper's
that's
counting
like
that.
broader, you know, like you can double down with
That's fair.
specificity.
That's fair.
So what is this other thing? What's VBO Ninja?
Okay, so that's where you're going to put your video for me. Have you not judged or debated since we? Hey, have you not judged since we started using that?
I have not.
Okay, so basically it gives us the ability to extrapolate. I'll fucking beat you. It gives us the ability to extract. If you guys ever consider getting a husky, don't do it because they make sounds that are cute for like the first 5 minutes. And for what it's worth, especially don't get 2 of them. So anyways, yeah, so it gives us the ability to take your video feed and put it into the into like an OBS browser feed, so that way whenever like I can use it to do cool shit with the camera. So
It's just so grainy and low quality. I have a fucking 4K camera and this looks like dog shit.
I mean, it might not be the camera, my friend, and it might not be the it might not be the camera or the website.
The Iranians.
Yeah, it's the
I'm
Iranians.
setting this right now. I have everything turned up as high as it will let me.
I have a setting toggle here. Maybe I can update it here. No, that is not how that works here. That's for my own stuff. Oh, you can transfer files.
No,
too.
we have a husky Australian Shepherd mix, a husky Rottweiler mix, and a Beagle Australian cattle dog mix. So, and she's my dog. She's the quiet, cute one. Shut the fuck up, dude. Please. Thank you. Lay down. Chill. Anyways. Pipe the video feed through the OBS using the virtual camera into Video Ninja. It'll work better that way. Yeah, exactly. That's what you should be doing anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need 2 more people. Castle and non-smoker are the only 2 who are missing. Does anybody have any questions about one of the...
How does this work now?
Oh, there she is. Hey.
Welcome in, Togahanis. Okay,
Oh, I'm in the
so...
thing?
Yeah, well, let's take a look. Are you in the other part as well?
I can't hear anybody though, so I'm having some technical problems.
You should not be listening to people in the other application. We use this. So the other application, the audio is ass. The only reason that we use the other applications for the video feed, once you guys see what the production quality looks like these days, you'll understand why it was worth the sacrifice. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass for an extra step, but the juice is worth the squeeze. So, let me take a look.
Okay.
There we go. Make sure everybody, yeah. So if you're, are you planning on streaming, Toka? If you are speaking, we do not hear you.
I was, but I don't know how
All right.
much it's gonna work out.
Nope. So here's the trick. If you use OBS to stream.
Yes.
You use OBS? Okay.
Yeah, my mic's
Start-
delayed
start-
for some reason. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that is weird. Start virtual cam in OBS and use that virtual cam as your feed into that Ninja site the link that I sent you.
That's what I have going.
It works super easy. Once you see how to do it, it's not complicated at all, I promise.
Okay.
And I reiterate, it's worth it. And then the secret is to just have the stream, the DMZ stream, up on your screen while you're streaming, and you'll be able to see like what everybody looks like and who's talking when and everything else, and it's going to be a whole lot cooler. And I will get you a link sent for. Let's see. All right. Get you the stream together link sent. Hang on one second. Is anybody else going to be streaming tonight? Tyler, you aren't. Because of the delay, people should also cam up on Discord and everyone else stream that. I agree. I absolutely agree, Chief. So ideally, that would be the best. So there you go. That's my camera in Discord as well, so folks can use that if they want to.
Wonder if I should have shaved before this.
Yeah, I'll fuck with you.
Shaved what?
I wonder if I should have shaved.
Chief and I will be right back. Let's go to the doghouse, Chief.
Okay, I started up that app thing. Did you also say to launch the your virtual camera in Discord?
If you can, yes. Just so that way not everybody is going to watch through Video Ninja. So, or I'm sorry, not everybody's going to watch through my Discord or through my stream. So basically, because there would be a delay, which makes sense. So yeah, if anybody can, please put your camera in both Discord and the Ninja site.
Okay. And once it's up on the Ninja site, we don't need to even have that open, right? I can just follow
Correct.
everything.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Mute it indefinite. Mute yourself and deafen yourself in that, just so that nothing can accidentally come through and fuck things up. Testicle, do you stream?
Mute? I do not stream, no.
Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't think so.
Also, not. Oh, they leave. Oh, they're in. Oh, I'm just gonna go talk to Naughty.
Yeah.
real quick.
Roddy wanted you to go down there and talk to him. We'll be here.
Wait, is it going by Roddy? Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah. There you are, Tokahannes. Invite for the stream together is sent.
Oops.
And who else is streaming tonight?
Remember to mute yourself once you get into the little screen of us all being there. It'll like layer.
So it turns out it's for the best that I'm running late, because other people are too. That's okay. We are almost there, everybody. I appreciate all of y'all's patience. I fucked up. For those of you who are just now tuning in or turning in late, I accidentally sent out a thing that said 7 o'clock for a start time. It was supposed to say 6 o'clock. So that's my bad. Had to give the dad face to my dog.
So I don't have a virtual camera, I don't think.
So you do. If you're on OBS, you see where it says start streaming. It's underneath that says start recording, and under that says start virtual cam. I can walk you through the process of how to set it up real quick. It's not hard. It's easier if you do it with a scene. That way you can have you can put whatever backgrounds and shit you want. But for the time being, you can just do it so that it's your camera and just feed it in based on your camera source. And OBS is able to split it that way. There's a bit of a lag there.
Like, wait, are you in the? You're on the Discord? What am I thinking? I was gonna ask that. Like, wait.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we're missing 3 of the debaters. Roddy is not in the OBS, or is not in the Ninja. Ay.
It'll all work out in the end.
Again, there's always something, people.
Wonder if I should have the Snark Bible on me. Read out some quotes.
Did you cut your hair? Oh no, you braided it. I was like, where'd your hair go, man?
Got it nice and braided for my birthday.
Oh yeah? Well, congratulations on another successful orbit around Old Soul. I hope you did something fun.
Yep, I was a 30-year-old at the arcade.
No, fair enough. That's the turning point for you, I promise. That's when everything suddenly starts being serious. So you look like you're having some frustrations over there, Tokahannes. Any help or feedback we can give you?
Oh, there it is.
I got a question for you.
Got an answer.
I mean,
Just having difficulty getting the virtual camera up. It keeps bringing up my screen.
Check your sources. There should be a Dropbox that lets you pick a source.
What source do I want? Because I picked browser. Threw in the URL. What, cam?
You'll like it's gonna be whatever your camera is more likely. I use Streamlabs, so mine is very streamlined, and where it says I can click source, and then
Okay, so real quick, yep. If you're using Streamlabs, let me just walk across you real quick so I can tell them how to do it in OBS, because that's not going to help them.
Yeah.
In OBS, where it says start stream, underneath that it says start recording, underneath that it says start virtual cam. Next to that, there should be a little gearbox. If you click that little gearbox, it's going to ask you what you want, output type and output selection. So the output type, you got a few different options: program, preview, source, etc., etc. I personally use source. It's going to be scene. I'm sorry. I use scene, but you can do source as well. Okay. If you do scene, you're going to want to create a scene exclusively for your webcam. That one's kind of takes a little bit longer, so I wouldn't recommend doing that just this second. But you can, if you want to take it, we still got 7 minutes before we're going to kick the party off. You would just create a scene, add nothing but your camera and any decorations, your name, etc., behind it. The feed that you guys are seeing right now in the Discord and on the Video Ninja is my virtual camera, and it is I have a scene specifically for my virtual camera. Now, then you would go to output selection, choose the name of that scene, and it's going to just have your camera be whatever that scene is. Now, for people who want to do just a picture or something like that, you can, like Testes, he just has a picture of a squirrel, and he puts the picture of the squirrel in his scene and uses that as his virtual camera. So when anything that asks him for a camera, he can use that as its output source.
Okay, so once I create a new scene, what do I create as a source?
Okay, so in the scene, your camera. Click add, click the little plus symbol under sources, click video input capture. And then click your camera, find your camera, whatever your camera source is.
What the fuck? It's not popping up.
What do you mean? Oh, because you're using it elsewhere? Maybe. I know that doesn't make sense. You should be able to have, you can use in different scenes. So for record, for people who are looking at mine, this is my virtual camera, right? And this is the only thing on this is the clock above my head, my name next to my face, and my camera. Okay?
You got muted.
I did. I got muted in the Discord or in the stream because I don't use a microphone in the stream or in my virtual cam scene. Send Tyler down to my voice channel, and okay, real quick, we got 5 minutes left. Both of y'all, if you want, drop down. I'll drop you. That'll be easier. And Ancom will probably really get this done quicker for me. Okay, so here you go, people.
Hey. Hello?
I see what the problem was. Sorry. All right. Can you hear me now? First.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to share my screen so y'all can follow along. I assume y'all are using OBS.
Yep.
All right. Cool. So, first thing you're going to do is, if you don't already have it, this is going to be the easiest for you. Create a new scene in OBS. Okay. In that scene, the main thing you're going to have is a video capture device. You probably already have it. And it's this one here. I have it disabled right now because I don't have my camera set up, but that's not really the here nor there. Go ahead and make sure you have that in your scene. And if you are currently using your camera in another application, like you already have it running in Video Ninja, you need to close that out temporarily because physical cameras can only usually be used by one application at a time. Virtual cameras don't have that restriction.
Camera's still on, like it's being used for something, but I'm on a Video Ninja.
I would just close the tab just in case.
Yeah, that's fine. I got it.
Okay, cool.
I think that might have been my issue there.
Probably. And then once you have that set up, you're going to go over to where it says Start Virtual Camera. There's a little cog button there. You just click that. You're going to select Output Type as Scene, and then choose the scene you just created, like this.
What the fuck? Why is this acting like this? I'm sorry, I missed the last step. My fucking camera's massive for some reason.
That's okay. It's probably because of the high resolution you have it set as. You have to rescale it down. There's an easy way to do that. If you right-click on the source, go to Transform. There's an option that says Fit to Screen. It should shrink down.
Oh, hell yeah, nice.
Yeah. So that way you don't have to manually do that shit. So now it should be fit to the screen. So do you see the little cog wheel next to Start Virtual Camera? My mouse is pointing at it.
Yeah.
Okay, click that, set your output type to scene, and then choose the scene you just created.
Got it, scene 2.
Yep, and then click OK there. Now you're going to start the virtual camera. And then you're going to go, and we can do this in Discord just to quickly test it. So in Discord, you can right-click the camera icon, and it'll go up to where it just says camera. That'll bring up a new menu to the side, and then you should OBS Virtual.
Got it.
There you go.
All right, cool.
All right, and that's what you want to share. So just do the same thing in Video Ninja, and you'll be good.
All right, heard. Thank you.
All good. I'll move you back up.
Then get to weigh in and throw their 2 cents worth in as well. So again, it starts out with a 3-minute opening, then 3-minute cross-examination from the other side, then their opening for 3 minutes, then 3-minute cross-examination from the original, and then it goes into the open forum conversation, okay, between the 2 debaters. And all of this is just between those 2 debaters. Everybody else needs to just keep theirs muted. But again, it's worth it to pay attention and to listen, because when it gets to the after party, that's when you get to jump in and say everything that you think got missed, or tell people why they're wrong, etc., etc. Because one thing we do not want to happen here is we do not want the audience to walk away from a debate thinking that something is true just because it was a bad debater who was representing the opposition, right? So a good debater can make a case that the sky is actually yellow, and I don't want people walking out of here thinking that's true just because a good debater convinced them of it. So that gives the rest of us the chance to get into the weeds and the facts. Does all that make sense? Okay, cool. Yeah, so non-smoker. Welcome in. We haven't quite kicked the party off, but we're really, really close. You are a streamer as well. Are you on Twitch?
Yeah, Twitch and YouTube.
Very cool. Ooh, that was the first time I've heard your voice. Give me one more real quick sound check, if you would, sir.
Mic check 1 2.
Beautiful. Perfect. So
right back.
Word. I am going to send you a Stream Together link, if that's all right with you. That way everybody's able to meet each other's... okay, what is your... There's a lot of non-smokers, my friend.
Non_smoker on Twitch.
Got it. Okay, cheers. Non_smoker. Okay, got a picture of you, I do believe. Send invite. And Tocahontas, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to send you another invite as well. Tocahontas. There you are.
Real quick, can
Sending
you
that
hear me?
invite. Yes, we can.
Okay, I have the video going through the Video Ninja.
Yep.
Do you see it?
Nope. Hang on.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Let me take a look over here. It looks like we do not have camera from Roddy. We just have an. Oh yeah, there you go. You need to. It's showing up as an OBS webcam. There we go. That's non-smoker. Appreciate you. Looks like, who are we missing? Tokahannis and Roddy are the only two people who have not cammed up yet for us through the other website. And Tokahannis is still kind of struggling with it. Toka, were you able to talk to Ancom a little bit? Was he able to help you at all? You are muted, by the way, in Discord, in case you don't know it. And of course, now my green screen, for no good fucking reason, decides it wants to start shitting the bed on me, because why wouldn't it?
So, looking through some of the settings of Video Ninja, there's a thing in here that says trigger and ice restart, and ice is in capitals. If I press that, will they go back into Minnesota and keep reporting people?
It's not where they started, so it's not where they restart to. Sorry.
Yeah, they would restart all the way back to their 2 weeks of training.
Can you guys not see my camera? And
there we go. All right, we can hear you again. No, I cannot. So
this thing is fucking my whole computer, man. Like I can't.
Oh yeah, no,
do
there you are.
anything.
You're there now. Yeah, your camera's coming through on Video Ninja. You're doing fine.
I can't hear you guys through my computer on the Discord or anything. I don't know
You
what's
can't hear
going
me when I'm
on.
talking right now?
I hear you on my phone. I just don't hear you on my computer, which I don't know why.
Wait.
Yeah. So, just out of curiosity, Ancom was offering to assist. That's why I dropped you down to that other room. Was he able to help you at all?
I'm sorry? I didn't get in to talk to Amcom, no.
Okay, so we are just about to the time where we need to kind of kick this party off. But
Yeah,
I'm going
no,
to
that's
drop you
fine.
down there real quick. Yeah, I'm going to drop you down there real quick. Let him, because he was able to get Average Debate Enjoyer fixed up. So I'm going to drop you down now for it. All right. So, every time there's got to be some fun in hijinks, doesn't there? So we're going to go over this one more time for everybody. So that you guys know, the new people, the way that this is going to work. You're going to get a 3-minute opening followed by 3-minute cross-examination from the opposition. Then you're going to have their 3-minute opening. Then you get to cross-examine them. After that, it's going to open up to a 10-minute open forum conversation, which will turn into a 15-minute open forum conversation as long as you guys are still covering new ground and doing actual, getting somewhere. After that, we're going to go to questions. There's going to be a question for sure from each of the judges and myself, directed to each of the two debaters. And as well, anybody who is in the chat who wants to throw $2 at us, they get to also weigh in a question. Once we get to a certain threshold, half of those proceeds do go to the winning team and the judges as well. So that said, afterwards we go to the two judges for their decisions, and then we also have a poll that we put into the chat. That's the other benefit of the shared chat, is so that everybody can see the poll when it comes out. Everybody gets to vote on that chat, or gets to vote on that poll as to who they think made the best case. To be clear, we are all here trying to get better at debate. We are trying to be better interlocutors, and so it's not necessarily just who you agree with or the position that you hold or who you like the most. It is who you think was the best debater, who made the best case. So that said, after that, we go to the open panel, where we go through each of the prompts as a team, as a group, and have an actual conversation. So that said, as soon as the two of them get back in here, we are going to start this party off. We just lost another one. Fuck me. Who did we just lose? 1, 2. Okay, he came back. Jesus. All right. One of these days, kids, one of these days, we're going to have this all locked in so smooth and easy that everybody's going to be able to just pile in all at once. Get this shit started right off the bat. That would be just magical.
Maybe,
sorry.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. No,
well, I was
jump
gonna
in.
say, well, I know that most people showed up early anyway, but you could maybe have like a call time. Like show up 15 minutes early, just deal with any stuff. But
We try that. I mean, again, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like people have jobs, and there's always
not a
just
big deal.
something. You know what I mean? Somebody's
Yeah.
computer crashes, or but I agree with you. That would be much smarter to try and get people to get here early. I don't get out of work until, like, especially on the Friday night one. I get out of work an hour before, and so I have to come home, eat, and frantically get all this shit set up. I do everything I can set up in the morning beforehand, but yeah,
No,
I have to.
That's fair. Yeah, life. Everyone has stuff they gotta deal with, right?
Yay.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I don't know why, but that is two people who have said now that their Discord audio is kind of fucked up. How is everybody else's audio on Discord?
I'm perfectly
Is
good.
That's perfect.
And
yeah.
normal.
It's working. Okay, cool. Yeah, it sounds good to me too. I didn't know if maybe Discord was just having a bad hair day. So
It could be their routing. Maybe they have their audio routed to in some funky way, and it's like tripping over itself.
for sure. Well, Pocahontas said that,
Oh.
and then Castle was also just saying that he's having to run his audio through his phone, which is definitely less than ideal. So we try to have the best audio we can, only the best audio, the most audio of audios.
Yeah, she's definitely got like a good mic and everything. I
Yeah.
don't know what's
Well,
happening.
she's a streamer, so I imagine that her PC is at least streamer-ish quality. So, and I know for a fact Castle's is, so that doesn't add up to be an actual hardware issue.
Who won last night?
Who won last night? You know what? That's a good thing for us to discuss. Sure. I will go back through. So we do have the new format for the results to be displayed. I got that finally fucking worked out. Thank you, AI. And so, yeah, I know it ain't. I'm not proud of it, but it is what it is. And you know what? Fuck that. I am proud of it. Somebody else said it to me, and they are absolutely right. It is a tool. We don't fear Photoshop, right? So again, I'm using a tool to do what I can. I would like to make it better. I would like to do, but like it occurred to me, the things that I'm doing, I wouldn't be able to find a creator who could do what I'm asking this thing to do.
I'm not 100% against AI. Is it like what you're doing is perfectly fine in my eyes. It's it's more of a reactionary thing, and I know I need to
No, fuck the
Fuck.
clankers, man.
pick myself on that.
I agree
Yeah.
in theory. So, all right. So our 3 debates last night. First one was focusing infrastructure on cars instead of public transit was a mistake. That was between Gorps Inc. and a new guy named Chuck and Money. That went to 7-3 to Gorps, 7-3 to Gorps, and 4-6 to Chuck and Money. So ultimately Gorps won, but it was a split decision. Second debate of the night was, and our 2 judges were Kay and Let's Chief. Second debate of the night was some sectors or types of employment should be financially supported through subsidies. That was between Mr. Hammer and If You're Feeling Adventurous. That one went 2-8, 3-7 and for Adventurous, and 5-5 from the audience. So technically it was also a split decision, although the tied audience vote was like 8-7, so it was really close. And so, but technically Adventurous eked out a win there. And then the third debate of the night was representatives should have to pass fundamental understanding tests to be able to vote on legislation. That one was between Lethe and Circa, and Lethe took that one home, also with a unanimous decision. So 6-4, 6-4, and a 7-3.
Very nice.
Yeah. And the upside is now that we're doing the production the way that we are, I don't have to do as much to do the editing in post. So now that I've got those assets ready for me to be able to do the intro outro, I'm going to be able to get those cranked out and fucking put up on VODs very quickly. So, but for those of you who are interested, you can also watch the VODs immediately if you are interested in becoming a subscriber to the Twitch channel. That's the only people who can see the VODs in their full, including the after party. Everybody else, you can only see the actual debates. The after party gets cut off. So that said, and you only get to see it for 2 weeks because Twitch is stingy with their storage space. So looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are still missing Pocahontas. I'm guessing that she is going to be coming in here any second. So without further ado, Hey, okay, there she is. She is cammed up now. Very cool. And hopefully they will be in, or she will be able to join us in the chat here in just a second. She's the only one missing from the audio, so that's cool. All right, so I've already gone over the format for everybody. I've gone over the after party and how all of that works. Does anybody have any questions for me before I kick this off with our intro? No? Cheers.
Wait, say that again?
All right. I was asking if anybody had any questions at all for me before we kick this off with the intro.
Nope. Okay, sorry. You go.
All right, very cool. Well, then in that case, Toka, can you hear us yet? Do you have audio with us? Have you joined us? Yes, you have. All right, very cool. So we are finally ready to get going. An hour and 12 minutes later than I wanted to, but that's okay. At least we're here. Thank you, chat and audience and viewers, for hanging out with us. Tokahannes, I hope that you were able to click on that stream together as well. If you didn't, we will try to get that sorted out later. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream that we have designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot-button issues with people you disagree with. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We are cultivating meaningful, intelligent conversations where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. Please attack the belief, not the believer. At least for tonight, please check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit-slinging that have plagued our society for far too long. Also here, our audience does get a say. There will be a link in the chat to where you can vote at the end, so please limber up your voting fingers. It is free for everyone, and exercise your democratic rights to decide which side made the most persuasive case. So I'm going to go around the room. Hopefully everybody's mics are working. Everybody's cameras are going to be working. Naughty has lost camera feed, if you can still hear me, Naughty. But first off, Tokahannes, tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us where you stand politically, and tell us where folks can find you.
Hello, I'm Tokahannes. I stream here on Twitch. I am a libertarian political commentator. I stream typically Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are going to be my stream schedule going forward. So if you want to hop in, come join the Aloha gang.
All right, cheers. And we'll go ahead and go to your opponent for that first debate, Razor Sharp G. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us where we can find you. Tell us where you land on the political spectrum.
Oh, sorry. I'm like looking around to be sure if we are like all being shown on your own thing. Sorry. It's my bad. Hi. Yes, I am Razor Sharp G on Twitch.tv. I would consider myself a libertarian socialist, someone who is wanting to make sure that everyone has their basic needs met, and then let them have the ability to do what they wish, so long as they do not cause harm to others around them. I'm trying to stream more regularly. My schedule for work just recently changed, so I will probably be starting up a thing I'll be calling Fallout Fridays, where I will be going through all of the Fallout games from the very first one all the way up to whenever the new one comes out. I'm in the middle of playing the Outer Worlds. If you want to see me go through games like that and lose my mind because of how difficult they can end up being, hit me up. Follow me here. Eventually, I will get more social media stuff for you to follow as well.
Cheers. So Roddy seems to be missing. We'll circle back to him. We're just going to go ahead and go over to his opponent, Testicle Johnson, Testes for short. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us where you stand, and tell us where we can find you.
Yeah, I am Testicle Johnson. I am basically a nobody. I mod for a couple of political streamers here and there. You probably, if you have seen me, it's probably on chat or in a chat somewhere, just shit posting. I consider, if I put myself somewhere on the political spectrum, I'd say I'm center left. I'm not an ideologue. I generally don't like labels, but I'm not full delusional where I would say that like I'm a quote unquote free thinker. You know, I'm just a guy with opinions, and I mostly shitpost. Sometimes I'm serious, and I'm on Twitter, and it's all just shit posting and retweets. I'm basically a bot account, but if you just Google Testicle Johnson or you go to Twitter, you can find me. So that's about it.
All right, cheers. For what it's worth, everybody's socials. I'm going to ask everybody for their socials by the end of this. Your socials are going to be in the VOD for everybody to be able to follow. Plus, we're going to try and do what we can to make sure and shout everybody out who's on Twitch. But your Twitter and such like that will be in the halves. So Roddy is still MIA. Hopefully, he can figure out whatever the problem is. We're going to skip him and go right over to returning second place from last season, Castle. Tell us a little about yourself. Tell us who you are, and tell us where we can find you.
Sure thing. So my name is Castle. You can find me on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. I usually tweet under CastleGuardYT. Similarly, make YouTube videos and trying to get back into the Twitch space as well for political commentary. But love to talk anything, politics, economy, pop culture, all that fun stuff on a daily basis. So if there's an opinion to be had, I usually have one. All in good fun though. Love debating too, and happy to be here.
And we are happy to fucking have you. And for his first time ever here in the DMZ, non-smoker, please tell us a little bit about yourself, sir. Tell us where we can find you, and tell us who you are.
Yeah, so twitch.tv/non_smoker, Marxist-Leninist, streamer of sorts. I'm over on YouTube also, and X. I hosted a radio show for a while, but I haven't been doing that as much or as often. So yeah, trying to kind of like slide back into the debate scene slowly. That's it.
Slowly and consensually. That's right. You definitely have a radio voice, my friend. All right, and tonight's judges, we have on the left Doomer Patriot. Tell us a little bit about yourself, sir, where we can find you and who you are.
I'm Doomer Patriot. Like you said, I'm kind of the lefty judge here, more kind of center Democrat. You can find me on the Discord here. Say something wrong, I'll probably judge you there as well. So, that's me.
True story. And Tyler, aka Average Debate Enjoyer, please tell us a little bit about yourself and where we can find you.
My name is Tyler, Average Debate Enjoyer, and for some reason it didn't get announced, but I was the number 1 from last season.
Oh, did I forget to mention that? I'm sorry, Tyler. I didn't mean to.
I got it. It's all right.
I knew you'd plug yourself.
I also want to remind Castle that number 2 is the first loser, and also number 2 is shit. So enjoy it, buddy. Enjoy it. Anywho, being the best debater here, I'll say that you people should do your best to entertain me, but don't try to live up to my standard. You're never gonna meet it. You're just gonna disappoint yourself. So just try your best, and I'll be judging you.
Very cool. All right, so it looks like Roddy is having some technical difficulties, but his debate isn't until the second one, so we don't have to wait any longer. He's going to have about 30 minutes to get his shit sorted out, because that's about how long these debates take. So, once again, 3-minute opening from the affirmative, 3-minute cross-examination from the negative, 3-minute opening from the negative, 3-minute cross-examination from the affirmative, and then we go to the open forum. After that, Q&A section. After that, closings. So, if we don't have any more questions and everybody seems to have their shit locked in, Togahanis, your camera does seem to still be a little bit choppy, but we're going to do the best we can. We're going to make it fucking happen. At least your mic seems to be working, so even if your words don't really match your mouth, I think everybody will get past it. So, without further ado, everybody, our first debate of the night. Donald Trump was a better option than Hillary Clinton back in 2016. 3 minutes will start whenever you start to talk, Tokahanis. Again, 3 minutes should be seen above my head as well, so you can see the clock. I will not stop you if you get past time. I will start making hand gestures at you, and they will become increasingly aggressive. But I'm going to let you finish your thought before I actually try to interrupt you. So go ahead and start the clock when you start to talk, ma'am.
All right. I don't have to tell you, Trump bad. What I'm here to do is paint the picture of a voter in 2016 who has the information of that time and has to pick between these two candidates. One is an outsider, a memester, an entertainer who says outlandish things, but also speaks to the population in ways modern politicians haven't. Kennedy is an established politician riddled with controversies and scandals, conspiracies, and is an embodiment of a system that had failed to listen and deliver for the people. Instead, we got wasted tax money on wars, woke culture demonizing and grandstanding, and big government who forced you to accept a handful of shit and be grateful you got anything at all. Paint this picture and ask the audience and judges who you think the typical 2016 voter would have chosen. We have a man who used legal tax loopholes, was a vulgar entertainer, and treated his workers unfairly in many cases, versus a woman wrapped up in government scandal after scandal and helped expand government control while providing Americans with less and making them pay more. She killed countless innocent civilians in foreign countries, forever damaging foreign policy. How can we even compare the two? All done.
All right. Very cool. So now it's going to be 3 minutes on the clock for you, Razor. You know how to use the time. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
What would you say that people saw as the best qualities or policies of Trump?
The best qualities? He wasn't a career politician. The main one.
Is that about it?
Oh no, that was just the main one. He didn't have any lobbying commitments, have a base that he has to capitulate to. He was very outspoken, blunt, didn't play games, and to the average voter, that was very endearing.
Do you believe that politics should be flashy or effective?
Both, I would say. Flashy to get the name and the policies and the agenda out and see who it attracts, and yeah, basically. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought, but yeah.
You're good. I get brain farts like that too. Would you consider a good candidate to be someone who's unpredictable and constantly changing their mind month by month?
You mean like Hillary Clinton did with LGBTQ rights that she was against since 2013?
No, I mean like,
or until 2013,
like every single time. No, I mean more like saying that saying that you won't do something like destroy the Iran nuclear deal, and then like less than a month late, and then a month or so later to say you're going to destroy the nuclear deal. Would you say that that's a good or a bad thing?
I believe every politician is guilty of that. So bad, yes, and every politician is guilty of that, including Hillary Clinton, even more so.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I really have anything else.
All right. Yeah, no worries. Then in that case, we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for your opening now, Razor. Start the clock when you're ready, sir.
Hillary Clinton started off her service to America long before 2016. So let's keep that in mind. In 1974, she became the University of Arkansas School of Law's first director of legal aid, and she founded she was among a group. She was one of the founders of the city's first rape crisis center. In 1983, she was named chair of Arkansas's Education Standard Committee, followed by introducing Arkansas's home instruction program for preschool youth in 1985, helping parents with their children's preschool preparedness and literacy. Later, she was named in the top 100 most influential lawyers in America in 1988 and 1991. When she became the first lady, she broke the record for being the most traveled of the first ladies, visiting about 79 countries and playing a key role in U.S. diplomacy in attaining its objectives. She also has a long history of fighting for women's rights. Like in September of 1995, her speech at the World Conference on Women in Beijing, she declared, "If there is one message that echoes forth from this conference, let it be that human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human's rights once and for all." This is a key quote that was used for many years by women around the world. She would go on to serve 2 terms as senator for New York, where she was instrumental in securing the $21 billion in funding for the World Trade Center site redevelopment following the 9/11 attacks. And she took a leading role into investigating health issues faced by first responders. After her failed bid of the presidency in 2008, Obama appointed her as Secretary of State, a time where she used sanctions placed upon Iran that then led to a later deal being struck with Iran under the tenure of John Kerry. It was thanks to her idea of smart power, using soft and hard power effectively, that ended up getting us where we need to go. All this to say that not only did she have the experience, but also the heart and the skills to be a far greater president than an incompetent, racist, flip-flopping, sexist creep of a man, a failed businessman who can't even cook his steaks right. Who eats their things well done? I'm done.
All right. Good stuff. Now we're going to go ahead and go back to you, Tocohannes. 3 minutes is on the clock. Please go ahead and ask any questions, set up any arguments for the rest of the conversation, poke any holes in what he said. Use this time as you see fit. It is your 3 minutes. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
So how did you feel about Benghazi personally? What was your personal outlook on the situation in Benghazi?
13 different hearings, many hours over and over again of her being called in, of people constantly attacking her as much as possible, and she never once pleaded the fifth. She answered every single question, and they continued to find nothing that could say that it was her fault.
To save time, I just want to. I'm sorry, because I was asking about her reaction to the actual incident, not like her.
I don't know what her initial reaction was, because at the time I was not into politics.
She was asleep. I'll let you know that she slept through it while our Americans were dying in another country. She was asleep. I don't think that is better politics than anything that Trump is doing.
Humans sometimes sleep. I've slept through a number of big events in my
own life. Not when you're in that position of power. You shouldn't be. You should be aware and dealing with the problems at hand. That's what you're voted in for.
So are you telling me that if the strike happens while she's already asleep, that it's her fault?
She should be woken up and deal with it and be made to deal with it. Yeah, that's their job. That's what their job is. Going past that, the Clinton kill list. I know it's a conspiracy, but there's just too many
coincidences.
Wouldn't you say?
It's already been stated that it's coincidence. There's no evidence to show any kind of connection. As you already said, it is a conspiracy theory, and people who push conspiracy theories like that.
What other candidate do you know has this amount of conspiracy surrounding them? Any other politician? Can you name one to this extent?
Well, I would say Donald Trump, but during 2016, that couldn't
around him. Has people that have tried to expose him end up dead?
Pretty sure anyone that McCarthy would have targeted would end up with the same amount of quote unquote dead people around them. So it
would end up with hasn't happened
with politicians, especially ones that were attacked as vehemently as she was. because of who her husband was, and because she was a strong, independent woman who was able to stand tall in a world of men. I feel that the attacks on her and the propaganda and conspiracies were meant to hurt her, which it did, unfortunately. But just
How
because
is
of those
standing tall? How is standing tall with a man that cheated on you standing tall in a world of men?
All right, so real quick, I'm going to go ahead and stop you. You can answer that in the open forum. I'm putting 10 minutes on the clock. Y'all just roll straight into the conversation. The clock's going to start immediately, so just jump right back in, y'all.
Sorry, could you re-ask the question? I apologize.
How is standing with a man that cheated on you standing up against powerful men?
I didn't say standing up against powerful men. It's standing tall as an independent woman in a world of men. Now, with the thing with her husband, everyone has something different when it comes to their close loved ones. There's a number of times where partners of abusive men stay with their abuser, or a cheating man, not even an abuser, just a cheating man.
And in this case, you would say it's to cling to power, right?
No. She had more than enough. She had herself more than enough. What's the word? She had more than enough credentials that she could have left Bill Clinton and had her own thing going. But she appeared to legitimately love him and was willing to let the cheating slide this one time, or whatever. However many times it was. Love makes you do crazy things.
You draw your own conclusions, I guess. But so I wanted to go in a little bit more about her policies. In my opinion, I believe that.
Are we going to go with her policies before or after the primaries?
No, her 2016 policies. I want to go into.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. What topic?
So starting off, I wanted to say that I believe her only detailed policy that I actually appreciated was the immigration reform policy that she presented. Every other policy she's lacking. Her foreign policy is lacking. Trump swept the floor with her on foreign policy. She wanted to raise taxes. Trump wanted to lower taxes. That basically sealed the deal for them right there.
On who? On who? Because that's very specific.
Clinton wanted to raise.
When someone says raise
taxes. Okay, so let me answer.
Oh wait, apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, let me answer. Clinton wanted to raise the taxes on corporations, which would eventually raise costs for consumers. And Trump wanted to lower taxes for corporations and individuals, which really got him a lot of.
There's no evidence that raising corporate taxes would actually make prices go up, especially if a comprehensive tax bill was going through, which she was working on. She actually did have a full comprehensive. Yeah, no, they would have been left out. She had a very comprehensive tax bill that would have worked alongside Bernie Sanders, because once she clinched the nomination, a lot of her policies shifted closer to Bernie's stuff.
I'm glad you brought him up. I'm glad you brought Bernie up.
You're gonna bring up the fact that the DNC screwed him over, and I don't care. We're continuing to talk about if she was a better choice. I do not. For this topic, for this specific topic, it does not matter. I would like to continue with what her actual policies were.
Well, it wasn't very stronger together of her to rig the primaries against Bernie, so it wasn't very stronger together.
I don't care about campaign slogans. I care about what the policies were and the fact that he could have been part of her cabinet in the same way that when Obama won, she became the Secretary of State for Obama, even though she ran a campaign against Obama.
Oh yeah, and
Bernie getting in there at all would have been good. Bernie under Hickley would have been good.
Secretary of State had a drone approval rate of 99%, civilian casualty rate over 10%. third-party investigations from other governments and NGOs reported that number being up to 6 times higher. Missed 90% of drone targets, rigged primary against Bernie, DNC misappropriated funds to support
Again,
Hillary.
the rigged primary against Bernie thing is not an issue for this. I would like to stick to her
whole campaign
policy
slogan was stronger together, so it has a little bit to do
Okay.
with it.
Yeah, and Bernie worked with that. He sure the primary was a little fucky, but he himself was like cool, and he worked
So
with her.
you concede
And
that the
he
primaries were rigged against Bernie.
I don't care.
I didn't
don't
ask you
care
to
about that aspect. I don't care about
Didn't
that
ask you to
aspect.
care.
I didn't ask that we continue on to this particular point because I want to talk about the policies that she was going to work with Bernie. I know I don't care what happened in the primaries. I care about what the general was. That's what we're talking about. Who was the better option in that election? The general, not the primary. The general was the better option, and I hold rightfully that when you take a look at all of what her policies were, alongside what all of Trump's non-policies were, other than blustering, always talking about, I have a plan coming in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, you'll have an amazing healthcare plan. 2 weeks, while she already had something in place that would have been a much better, stronger version of the ACA, if not, end up going towards universal healthcare. She was she was actually.
So she
in
didn't have
favor of
something
that.
better. She was just coasting off Obama's coattails.
What part of she wanted to make it better did you not hear?
No, I heard you say that she had something better.
She had something that
didn't
was
have
better
something
than the
She had the
ACA,
same thing that
and
we've
she's
been
going
had.
to
She just
take-
wanted to make it better.
Yeah, that's called progress. You take what's there, and instead of dismantling it and doing everything over
But that's
again,
not how
you
you're
have to- in
portraying
order
it.
to
You
make
portrayed it as though she came up with some whole new strategy and game plan for health care, and that's not what happened.
She
was
actually
just
does-
going
she
off
does
of what was
have a
already
lot
there.
of- she did
So
have a
you're
lot of
expecting
good,
Trump to create a whole new healthcare strategy. Meanwhile, he has nothing to go
Considering
off
he's-
of because he wants to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act versus
when you
Hillary,
say
who's
repeal
going
and
off of
replace,
the blueprint. I'm sorry?
No, you see, repeal. When you say repeal and replace, that means you have something to replace it with. He never had anything to replace it
His
with.
intention
That's what
was
I
to
meant.
repeal it and replace it with something else. That was what he was campaigning on. That was his intention.
The thing he was going to replace it with, from what I saw in my, is that it was going to
He
be
also
that free
hasn't
market
repealed
stuff we
it
have
yet
for
either.
long. I know. Thank God to McCain. Thank God to McCain. God bless whatever soul he had. I don't care. But again, we're still talking about who was the better option, and I still
Right.
say the one
What
that
other
would have
policies would you like to
legitimately.
mention?
One of her top. We were on healthcare, but I would like to go say to housing. She was going to curb skyrocketing rental costs in areas of opportunity. She said she was going to remove a ton of barriers to help sustainable ownership and help responsible owners save for down payments. She actually had many plans in place that would have gotten a lot of lower class people into affordable homes, and she had plans for infrastructure to build said more affordable homes, which would have gotten more people off the streets, possibly even getting property taxes to more impoverished areas, to make sure that the schools were better funded, which is another key aspect of hers, because it's one of the things that she was also a giant advocate for children. She wanted to make sure that children were taken care of. She wanted to make sure
I
that
just
children.
wanted to rebuke that one thing real quick, since we're running out of time. We have qualified opportunity zone programs through Trump now, and it did exactly that, what you explained that Hillary wanted to do. He did this in his 2016 term. So there's qualified opportunity zone program now. It provides tax benefits for investors who reinvest capital gains into designated low income communities.
For the rich.
No,
Not for the low income communities to own homes or to rent there.
So provides tax benefits for investors who reinvest capital gains into designated low-income communities. What that means is investors, meaning from big corporations, CEOs, whoever, will take their capital gains and give that to the government in a qualified opportunity fund, and they hold it in that fund for a specified amount of time and gain tax benefits based on the amount of time they keep the funds in that.
So it sounds like stealing, basically is doing what the adults in the room told him to do then, because during that time, the adults in the room at least took care of him. But when we're talking about what Hillary already had in place and how she has a track record for getting a lot of things taken care of.
You're saying that you wanted Hillary to do, but Trump did.
That doesn't matter. Again, we're talking about who would have been the better choice, and I still say that when it comes to Hillary is there, that's just one aspect. That's one aspect.
But Trump had
not just because she had that policy, because she had a better implementation plan. She had something that would have worked better.
What is the implementation plan? Because you only mentioned talking points of what her plan was.
Okay, so you did get the time. I saw the time. Going out, it's my bad. Better implementation plans were to enforce. There was enforcing fair housing and fair lending laws, and defend the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to help help people save more money. Jesus Christ, my brain is fogging for some reason on that last bit. Sorry. She was. There was also connections to housing support in high poverty neighborhoods. To the economic opportunity. So what you just said about like Trump making corporations put their capital gains into these, there was going to be a housing assistance program that it would have used tax money, which is what our tax money is supposed to be for in the first place, in order to put it towards the people, not towards bonds and shit. Now, unfortunately, and again, I already know, yes, Secretary of State, some war stuff was an issue. But I do believe that thanks to Bernie and his messaging, she mellowed out into such a degree and became further left, and she was malleable to the people who were. It sounds like
you think Bernie would be the better candidate, not Hillary.
She would have been the better candidate to then have Bernie on her team. And that's why I say, and that's not the only reason why she would have been a better candidate. Again, because she had the history and the know-how to make sure that she could run a country as a country, not as a.
She knew how to pull a scandal without it.
No, not as a casino. Like we need the country run as a country, not a casino. Like that's the problem.
Well, I think what it was is that people wanted, at the time, people were looking for more financial stability, and they thought that a businessman was a good strategy to be able to help the economy at the time, and that was their major focus. Like I said, with the tax benefits and everything like that, reduced taxes, like it got them a lot of votes.
If the American people were better informed about what these taxes were going to do, we're better informed of what these taxes have done, because the type of taxes Trump ended up doing are just a much more heinous version of which, as we've already.
But we're not talking about what he's doing. We're talking about what he ran on.
What he did end up doing, and what his campaign. During that campaign, what his idea was.
Well, what he ended up doing was qualified opportunity zone programs and tax benefits and
trickle down economics.
I remember distinctly I was getting more in my paycheck every week when Trump was president in 2016.
I was also working, and that was not what I like. The little. So I guess it depended on.
It was visible that he actually did a tax reduction, wasn't it? For individuals.
Not really. In the first year or later? Because if you say that
2016 term.
Entire 2016 term, we keep going back into when he ended up winning. We're trying to talk about who the better option, not a better option, like what the people saw at the time, not what we ended up getting later. We're not doing 2020 hindsight. So when it came to the who was a better negotiator and deal maker, the American people, in my opinion, propagandized to believe that a businessman who never once did his own deals and doesn't even pay his workers or pay his contractors, they were made to believe that man was better than someone who was able to get a very contentious Congress to sign bills that in major support,
killing the people that work for you versus just not paying the people that work for you.
She doesn't. Why do you keep bringing up the killing thing like if that's a thing? Why do you bring that up like that's a thing? That's not an actual thing. That's a
there's too many
coincidences,
conspiracy. Dude. Like there's too many whistleblowers that have been end up dead that have tried to expose the Clintons. It's just too many.
There's no
and you talk about Trump like it's like written in stone that he treated all of his workers like the same horrible way, and it's just not. Like, there were some workers that came out and said that he treated him. They treated them with respect and dignity.
Contracted with him.
You haven't heard any of the stories of the workers that came out and said that he was a great boss? I've heard those, and I've heard the bad ones. Like there's two sides
almost
to
every contractor.
Somewhere in the middle is
contractor he had says they gypped him. Said that he gypped
All right.
him, I should say.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. We were kind of talking at the same time there, kind of hard for everybody to hear. So just remember, whenever we try to hear the other person out to the end of their sentences if we can. But still, great job. Give you all the extra 5 minutes. Y'all were still going the whole time. Definitely some interesting scabs you guys were picking at there. We're going to go ahead and go to our question session. So I guarantee you both of our judges are going to have something for both of y'all. Chatters, audience, if you do want to, by the way, appreciate the subs there, Testes. If you guys do want to submit a question, for some reason the thing's not popping up, but I'm pretty confident that one of our mods is going to drop a link there. You guys can just click the link, follow through, PayPal us a couple bucks, and we will throw the questions to the debaters. But before we get to that, the judges and we get to go first, and because it's my house, I get to go first. So we're gonna start with you, Tocahontas. We're gonna go. You're gonna get 3 questions at least, and then again any that the audience gives, and then we're gonna go over to Razor, and he's gonna get his questions. So Tocahontas, and this, funny enough, is gonna kind of feed off of what Razor was just saying. You mentioned the fact that the main reason that Trump got elected, or the main appeal to him, was the fact that he was not a politician, right? That he was something different. However, we also know that what that different was not a man of the people, he was a man of the businesses. So my question to you is, why do you think that it would be better to replace a politician, a person who represents the political industrial complex, and instead replace them with a person who is instead rubs elbows with the big business elites and the wealthy? Why do you think that is better for the people than a person who represents Washington?
Very simple. It was a different time. The economy was the main focus for a lot of voters at the time. It seemed like a good correlation for voters. A businessman could help the economy. And I think in certain times of our, where we are politically in the country, like we need different types of leaders. And so I think at that time, Trump was a good stand-in for someone that could help in the situation we were in 2016. Hillary, on the other hand, is just another career politician where we had been getting nowhere with every career politician, not just her. It's like a broad spectrum of career politicians that we've ran through that haven't done anything for us. So I think a lot of people had been fed up and they wanted to try something else, because what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. So at least we're not insane.
Cheers. Doomer, are you ready with a question for Tocahontas?
Yeah, I think so.
Go ahead.
I heard a lot of reasons why Clinton would be bad or worse. Could you make like an affirmative case using like detailed examples from like policy prescriptions that Trump had at the time?
That Trump had or that Hillary? What do you mean? Do you mean comparing them? Who do you want?
No, like what policy prescriptions did Trump have? Could you go into like 2 or 3 of them and go into details on why those are better for the American people than Clinton?
Absolutely. There was the TCJA, which reduced federal revenue by $1.47 trillion over 10 years before accounting for economic growth. As I mentioned before, the Qualified Opportunity Zone program, which provides tax benefits for investors who reinvest capital gains into designated low-income communities. Going even further, he proposed to reduce corporate tax rates, personal income tax, and federal regulations. He wanted to do the border wall, which at the time was a big issue for people. They wanted to have some security or whatever the case was at the time. He wanted to increase ICE officers, which I wanted to address because what he was portraying to people wasn't this, right? He was portraying ICE agents would be at the border that we're building. He wasn't portraying what he's doing now, and I just wanted to make that point also. But he wanted to do enhanced vetting, so it's not that he wanted to stop immigration, he wanted to improve it. That's what he was portraying at the time. He wanted to renegotiate or withdraw from trade agreements. He turned NAFTA into the USMCA agreement, the Trans-Pacific Partnership to protect domestic manufacturing.
Okay, we got your whole ChatGPT list.
What else? We got the America First foreign policy, increasing military spending and strengthening fight against ISIS, which, he claims to have ended up defeating, but won't get into that. He wanted to, so this, for his base, this was a good one, right? Appoint conservative judges to federal and Supreme Courts, depending on what side you fall on, that's a good or bad thing, right?
Okay, I gave you a little extra time because it was kind of a big loaded question, so I wanted to make sure you had the chance to answer.
Appreciate that.
Right. Tyler, are you ready with a question for Pocahontas?
Yeah. Okay, so you're the affirmative here. You really don't have to argue at all against Hillary Clinton. You could just say, I like Trump, these are the reasons why, and the job here is for you to be attacked on your argument by the negative. See, I think the only point I can see here where you really took the L was when it comes to healthcare. So I want to give you a better chance, uninterrupted. What were Trump's propositions for healthcare when he ran for office? Because the way you framed this prompt is leading up to the election in 2016. What was Trump's healthcare plan at the time, and why would it have been better for me as a voter?
Well, his broad plan was repealing and replacing the Affordable Care Act. He didn't have a distintive plan, as we mentioned earlier. And I fully acknowledge that. And I also acknowledge that because, again, he wasn't a career politician. He doesn't have the knowledge or know-how how to, create a healthcare plan. And you would hope that our government would know that when he became president and guide him to be able to, make everything work, make reforms, make things better. But, they made an enemy out of him. So that's where we are, I think, and that really caused a big separation, a big divide in our country. And bringing back to the question, I understand that he didn't have a healthcare plan, and that was a big L for him during the campaign and could have cost him the election. I believe that's why it wasn't a landslide as they were predicting. He didn't have the know-how, even in certain things like foreign policy, he was lacking, but he still had a comprehensive plan for that. And I would hope that his, administration or the government or the team or the checks and balances would be there to guide him when he got into that position, and they weren't.
Right. Good stuff. So now we're going to go ahead and turn our attention over to you, Razor.
Yay.
I will once again go first. So you described Hillary Clinton as a career politician, talking about how she has been deeply embedded into the political structure since the 70s. If you, as do a lot of people on the left, generally distrust the system and the government in general, Why do you think that it would have been beneficial for us to have voted in someone that you personally are describing as representing Washington?
It's just a fact that systems like the U.S. government are many cogs and wheels turning slowly, and it's a gigantic machine that doesn't exactly have a manual to read efficiently, which is why we do vote in people who can run that machine for us. So having someone in there already knows the ins and outs and how to get shit done efficiently is the better option at the helm, so that she can possibly bring in people who can help, who can then show the American people how it's done.
All right, good stuff. Doomer, are you ready with a question for Razor, sir?
Yeah.
Go ahead when you're ready.
So pretty much same question for the AF. I'll ask to you. Can you go into detail on like 2 or 3 prescription or policy prescriptions that Hillary had that would have put her in a better position to govern over Trump?
Apologies, I'm trying to be sure I'm understanding the question correctly.
So you went into detail on some of them during, I think, like your opening and during the like actual open of actual policies that she had. Can you go into detail on why a couple of those would have been better for the American people over like Trump's alternatives?
I would say for say healthcare, which is one of the big ones. Trump obviously didn't have an actual plan. Hillary, on her website, did have a full plan of not only defending but expanding the ACA, which already covers 20 million people and probably would have been more. She would also had plans to bring down out-of-pocket costs and co-pays and reduce prescription drug costs. There's a number of other things, but I remember that it was that a lot of her plan was as close to universal health care as it could get. Basically, I think it was going to end up turning into a public option plan that a lot of people ask for on the moderate terms. And housing is another great one, because if you can get more people housed, got more people who can get jobs, you have more revenue coming in, which then makes healthcare even easier. With the housing being more infrastructure building of these different homes and different subsidies to the areas that are underpoverished to make sure that the houses are well built and the schools in those areas are taken care of at the same time.
And Tyler, I assume you have a question ready for Razor as well, sir.
Yeah, so Razor, the affirmative's argument here is that Trump would have been a better option. Because Donald Trump would have been a better option than Hillary Clinton. The affirmative who stated their argument said, this is why I believe so. He was better on... Hillary Clinton had a bad stance on war. And you kind of agreed to that. You kind of conceded that and moved forward. Texas, you guys went back and forth, and I'll judge who I judge won that back and forth. And then she talked about government malfeasance and kind of being a piece of shit, and you guys went back and forth on a couple of those things as well. Hers is a little more conspiratorial, and again, I'll get to who won those exchanges in my actual decision, but I want to give you an opportunity to rebut what her actual argument is here, because she said that like Hillary Clinton's a scandal-ridden woman and Trump was a political outsider that had all these outside-of-the-box ideas that was appealing to the voters. That's why he was a better option. I have not heard anything for that actual argument yet.
Real quick.
I think I would use.
Can you do me a favor? Tyler, will you form that into a question? It was a whole lot, and so can you just put it into a question?
I went through her whole intro. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
No,
it's okay.
A reason why Trump, being an outsider, outside the box, outside of Washington person without a long track record, she brought up political like membership and owing people political favors, where Trump funded his own campaign. Trump came in from the outside, and that's why he appealed to people, and that's why he was a better candidate. I haven't heard anything to address that particular argument. Do you have anything for that?
Okay.
I believe I'll use the word that Trump stated during a press conference or not a press conference, I think it was just straight up a debate, one of the Republican primary debates, where he said himself that they take my money. They are, I pay them, then they speak with me. So he was not actually an outsider. He was just the donor class of the inner circles. He himself. So I do not believe him to be an actual outsider. At least when it comes to that aspect, the only outside part of him is that he had no clue how the system worked, which is why his first term ended up being basically just his cabinet running it for him without him knowing what the fuck he was doing. But Hillary at least would have known what she was doing, and she had more than enough plans alongside Bernie Sanders to get us possibly the universal healthcare we've been asking for, and a bunch of other very progressive ideals that Bernie dragged her the Overton window over to get her to be for.
Right. Okie dokie. So that completes the Q&A section. We're now going to go ahead and roll into your closings. So both of y'all is going to get 3 minutes on the clock. That is uninterrupted for you to put your final thoughts, et cetera, kind of put a bow on it and bring it home for us. So we'll start with you, Tokahannas. 3 minutes is on the clock for you. Whenever you are ready to start to talk, I will start the clock.
At the end of the day, Hillary Clinton represented the establishment that had held power for a while. Career politician through and through, doing multiple sketchy things, and was never held accountable because of her connections. She was a part of a system that politically rigged America, normalized foreign conflicts, killing innocent people. She was part of a system that Americans were not feeling represented by, a system of empty promises never delivered, one where elites bump shoulders, making friends and doing favors for one another, not one that serves Americans. Donald Trump promised to put America first, drain the swamp, tackle immigration, and didn't rely on woke panic and moral outrage, but populism instead. In hindsight, voters did prefer to vote for a wild card because Hillary Clinton was that bad. Trump had only loose political connections. He wasn't in the back rooms like Hillary. He donated to both political parties and is a businessman who has voted many ways in the past. He truly was an outsider from the RNC and DNC. Even if you didn't like him, a vote for him was considered a safe vote because he would jam up the system and cause gridlock, forcing both parties to actually consider the need for real change and better candidates.
That's it? All right.
That's all.
And now we're going to go ahead and kick it over to you, Razor. Once again, same thing. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. Last thoughts.
See, I had another ending. So, as we saw with my opponent here, they, with their ending there, just showed what the biggest reasoning was for a number of people. Yes, there may have been some people who legitimately were tricked into voting for a con man. Yes, there may have been people who heard enough by the donor class and the politicians who served them that they legitimately thought that another big donor would have been a viable choice to fix it all. But that last part shows what the big issue was. They wanted accelerationist type politics. They wanted to have the system get gummed up and burned down to the ground so that quote better options could come from the ashes. That's what I just heard. That's what I believe most of us heard. I will hold firmly that if we had gotten Hillary, we would not have the Iran nuclear deal gone. Iran would still be like away from nukes forever. Our Affordable Care Act would have been expanded to the point where we may have finally gotten universal health care. there's a number of things and a bunch of other things that I will not be able to fit into the last 1 minute 30 seconds here. Hillary was the better choice in hindsight that we all see it, as we all see it. She was the better choice even then, even though she was a little smarmy, even though she was a little elitist, she at least knew how the system worked. And she at least had ideals and plans that alongside getting campaign finance reform that would have lessened the dark money. There was so many better options. There were so many better reasons to vote for Hillary, and I'm sad to this day that the people propagandized into never picking her.
All right. There you go. Great job to both of you guys. I appreciate your contributions here. As I said over and over again, we are going to drop a link right now in chat. Everybody who can see that, please click it and vote. I'm also going to go ahead and put that into the Discord chat room so that anybody who is not live on Twitch or is not able to share with us, Tokahannis, you never actually did accept the stream together things, the shared chat. And that jazz. Oh, you did? Are you showed up?
Yeah.
Oh, snap. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
that's
Then your chatters can see it. Fair enough. I'm sorry. You're not in the little box thing for me for some reason. So, all right, cool. Well, then in that case, everybody should be able to see that. Please click that link. It costs you absolutely nothing. Tell us where you landed on who you thought was the most persuasive debater. Not who you agreed with, not who you think is the coolest, but who you think put in the best performance. Okay? Because I know those neon ears are hard to not vote for. But with that said, we're going to go ahead and kick this over to the judges.
Flashy. No.
yeah, it's the ears and the sword, brother. The ears and the sword. It gets me every time. All right, Doomer. I know it's been a lot. Are you ready to render judgment, sir?
Give me a couple minutes. Still going through notes.
All right. Yep, no worries. Tyler, are you ready with your judgment, sir? You are? All right. Where did you fall on this and why?
Okay, so I'll start with the where did I fall with a quick summary. There were two arguments made by the affirmative. One of them was using 3 points. It was malfeasance, war, and taxes. They went at it on taxes. They went at it on malfeasance. I think they split the baby on there. Both of them winning one of those two exchanges. But war was conceded by the negative. So the affirmative essentially walked away winning the majority of the arguments on point 1 made by the affirmative. Point 2 made by the affirmative was the political outsider that didn't appeal to a party, didn't have to appeal to lobbyists, didn't have to appeal to their faction, was outside the machine funding their own campaign. I never heard a sufficient argument to address that. All I heard was this is the alternative I like more with a double affirmative argument. Nothing was ever said to actually address the main argument. It was, here's my preferred candidate stance instead. So I felt that the affirmative's arguments just weren't sufficiently attacked. I go through it line by line, but I probably have going for time, and I don't think anyone wants to hear all that. But right,
We'll do that. We'll do that in the after. Yeah.
Yeah, right from the jump, Toka set the tone by this is how I defined the prompt. And the prompt was defined with, I'm going to set this up to be a narrow frame of time before the election happened. Razor could have said, no, I want to define the prompt as who would have been the better candidate based on results, and you definitely wouldn't have gotten January 6th at the end of Hillary's term. So that could have been his argument, but instead he accepted her interpretation of the prompt to be everything leading up to the election, and that's it. We couldn't judge the results of the election at all. We couldn't judge Trump lying during his campaign at all because he accepted those premises when he could have rejected that. That to me showed she had control over the argument from the get-go, and then we got about 10 minutes in the beginning of F v F. Like, the negative's job is to hear the affirmative's arguments and attack those. Not just say, okay, I hear your arguments, but I like these other arguments better, and if you side with me, that's F versus F. And I need to hear more precise punches and blows at her arguments that she was specifically making. I did hear an exchange again on taxes, and I'd say you lost that one, but on malfeasance, I'd say Razor, you came out and won that one. I just needed to hear more focus on her actual points, and I didn't hear those enough to say that you took down her affirmative argument. If this was who was better, Hillary or Trump, and both of you were presenting your candidate and why you liked them, I think you would have done significantly better. I think you might have even won that argument because you were well prepared. You were just well prepared for an affirmative argument. So that's why I gave it to her 7-3.
So that's 7-3 for the affirmative. Basically, you're saying that you were looking for more refutation than just confirmation. So, sounds cool. Doomer, are you ready now, sir? You'll get the chance to address all of this in the after party. You know that, Razor. So, yeah. Go ahead, Doomer.
So yeah, I think from the AF side, I heard more of like a summary of he was an outsider, more outlandish, more of like a populist base versus kind of like the more establishment, historically kind of seen as like corrupt candidate. I felt that was pretty strong, but I also feel that Razor, like kind of debate enjoyer said, had more of the affirmative type argument for his argumentation. I found it more persuasive though, because I think that those affirmative points toward Hillary being better than Trump kind of do go to the prompt, especially when he's limiting it to kind of viewing it up to 2016. I did have it more close. I agree with how Tyler kind of Pocahontas kind of controlled the prompt, especially with the framing of keeping it to 2016. But I feel that Razor did kind of have more of the better arguments pertaining to actual policy. Maybe I'm just kind of more strict on viewing the prompt as more like policy and like objective kind of reasoning toward what would be better for the American people, and wanted to hear more of that kind of argument. But I felt that Razor kind of had more of the reasoning of why Hillary was better than Trump in this discussion. That's why I'm giving it to him. I think technically it'd be 4-6, but 6-4 in his favor.
All right. Yeah, that would be 4-6 for the negative. All right. So that means that the judges are split. And unfortunately, we should be going straight to the audience's vote. But somebody else's bot is fighting my bot. And they are currently having problems. And so I'm not able to get the link into the chat. So if somebody else, I did just put part of it. If you just take out the space, you should be able to copy pasta that into your URL board and be able to do the voting and such like that. I'm going to talk for just a couple of seconds to give you guys a chance to do that. I'm super sorry about that. Whoever it is that has their, I'm assuming that somebody's got a bot. Hey, okay, so is yours working? Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you, Castle. Cheers, brother. So yeah, for some reason, somebody's bot is probably set to not allow links in chat. Yeah, no worries. It is what it is. I had to turn that off on my own a long time ago because of exactly shit like this. So with that said, everybody click that link that Castle just dropped and to tell us who you thought was the most persuasive debater, because tonight for this debate, your votes actually do matter. Tell us. Yeah, it's gonna come down to the audience for this one. So I'm gonna give it probably about another. Yeah, sure. Why not? Go ahead. Normally, I don't like it when the debaters try to debate the judges, but since I'm giving everybody a couple extra seconds, feel free, respond. I'm going to put 30 seconds on the clock for you. Oh, no, not 30 minutes, bro. You don't get 30 minutes, but I'll give you 30 seconds while people keep voting. Go ahead and say what's on your mind, Razor.
I don't mean to debate the judges. It's just, I swear I remember it was me that kept bringing it back to, we're talking about before, during the 2016 election. I was the one that kept bringing it back to that.
For sure.
Like that. So that's why that's why I was confused.
You kept saying it, but that, we were already there.
And on top of that, you kept bringing it back to your arguments about Hillary. You were talking about Hillary's plans. There was a talk about Hillary's war. Her arguments as affirmative were about Trump. She never once mentioned Hillary Clinton in her opening. She talked about Trump the entire time. And those arguments were what needed to be addressed by the negative. That to me, it isn't the rule.
I have notes of her talking about Clinton in the opening.
Yeah, but on these specific points, she might have mentioned to it, but her specific argument as to what her underlying points were, and then she kept going back to, and what they had debated about in the debate was about Trump, and I just didn't hear those arguments addressed.
All right, so we are almost done. It looks like most people have had the chance to vote. I'm going to give you all just a couple more seconds to lock it in. Probably about a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody get that last click in, and we're going to lock it into place. And it looks like 55 to 45, 11 votes to 9 votes. The audience has chosen, and they have spoken, and it looks like they believe that you won this debate, Razor. So, with a split decision and by a razor sharp margin,
Hey, Razor!
you get to take home the win for this one, Razor. So, that said, I do want to say great job from both of y'all. I appreciate y'all. We did great. This was definitely a difficult prompt to get into. So, I appreciate y'all giving it your best and getting through it. So,
Thanks
all right,
for
cheers,
having me.
everybody.
the conversation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Once again, stick around for the after party. You guys can, especially since both of y'all are streamers, you guys can be kind of just have yourself muted, yelling at the screen and talking to your chat about the other debates. And then afterwards, you'll get to weigh in and tell everybody what you thought of their debates. And again, just like the other people were patiently waiting for you, you just kind of got to wait patiently for that part for them. Okay.
Cool.
All right. Cheers. So our next debate. And it looks like Roddy and Testes are both here.
Hey,
we are
Horace,
going to be debating
real quick.
Yes.
It seems as though non-smoker has left. He messaged me saying that he didn't want to wait and kind of just dipped. I told him if possible, if we could debate now, if it were cool for him to come back. I haven't heard back, but just wanted to give you a heads up that the third debate might not happen just due to that timing, and don't know what the recourse should be.
Right on. Yeah, no, that's super awesome. Appreciate that, and make sure and let him know I definitely appreciate that. That is super professional behavior. So what I will do is I will reach in and see if I can find somebody who can step in last minute and fuck that prompt up. You're judging tonight, Tyler. I can't call on you, but
I'm ready to go.
no worries.
What was the third prompt?
The third prompt for the night is progressive policy would have a wide appeal if it was not tied to socialism. So
Who's the? Oh, and Castle. And who's the affirmative on that?
Castle is the affirmative. We seem to have lost our negative. So, like I said, I've got other people that I can reach out. We have reliable debaters, so we're gonna just know that I might be mildly distracted here and there while we're doing all of this. So, just if I miss a clock or I miss something, please forgive me. I appreciate that. So, all right, cool. So back to it. As I was saying, thank you very much for letting me know, Castle. I did notice that he was missing, so I had a hunch it was going to be something like that. So, is what it is. All right, so back to it. You guys know how this works. Roddy, I know you said something about an 8-minute opening. Brother, you only get 3 minutes on the clock. So either talk super fucking fast or shave off what you can. But 3 minutes is on the clock and it's going to start when you start to talk. Tell us why you think that a lack of financial literacy is the reason most Americans fall behind in life.
Ladies and gentlemen, imagine yourself. Can you hear me, by the way?
We hear you great.
Right. Imagine yourself standing in waist-deep ocean water on a beautiful sunny day. The waves gently break around you as they pass, pushing and pulling you with the current. Take a few steps forward, enjoying the cool water splashing on your arms and shoulders. You feel a gentle tug at your legs. Before you know it, you're swept from your feet, consequently being pulled further and further from the shore by a powerful riptide. An invisible current so strong that no matter how hard you swim straight back to the beach, it drags you out to sea. Panic sets in, you exhaust yourself fighting the wrong way. Many people drown this way, not because they're weak swimmers, but because they never learn the simple rule. Don't fight the current head on. Swim parallel to the shore until you're free of its grasp. This is exactly what a lack of financial literacy does to most Americans. It creates an inescapable force that silently pulls hardworking American people away from financial security. No matter how hard they work or how much they earn, today I stand firmly in agreement with the resolution. A lack of financial literacy is the reason most Americans fall behind in life. Let me paint a picture with two everyday Americans. Both are 30 years old. Both earn a solid $60,000 a year. and both put in long hours at their jobs. Person A, we'll call him Carlton, understands basic money principles, budgeting, compound interest, good debt versus bad debt, and the power of starting to save early. Over time, Carlton builds an emergency fund, invests wisely, and watches their money grow. Carlton also likes to go to the club. He takes his budgeted $40 for drinks and leaves when his spending hits his limit. By retirement, Carlton enjoys the freedom and peace of mind his simple plan created. Person B, we're going to call him Will, lives paycheck to paycheck, maxes out his credit cards for, quote, necessary expenses, falls for flashy buy now, pay later schemes, and treats their 401k like an afterthought, because Will doesn't understand how it all really works, and it's boring. Will's got to be at the club, getting his crunk on, buying everyone drinks, and throwing it on his tab. Years later, he's still drowning in debt, because being the life of the party is expensive. He's stressed about every unexpected bill, and terrified of ever retiring. The only difference? Financial literacy or the devastating lack of it. This isn't rare. According to the 2025 TIAA Institute statistics, U.S. adults correctly answer only 49% of basic personal finance questions correctly. The exact same dismal score as in 2017, nearly a decade earlier. Gen Z performs even worse, at 38%. Nearly half of all Americans give themselves a C, D, or F on their own money knowledge. The weakest area, understanding risk, only 36% get those questions right. That means most people can't accurately judge whether a, quote, deal is actually dangerous or recognize how small daily choices compound into massive lifelong consequences. Just look at Labubu collections, food delivery service fees, tattoos and piercings, and car customization spending. Like that riptide, this stuff slowly starts pulling. You might think, I'll just put this on the credit card. I'll pay it off next month. But without knowing it, a 20% to 79.9% interest rate will give you the death of 1,000 cuts. And I'll rest my time there at 3 minutes.
All right. Very cool. So now, testies, you know how this works. 3 minutes is going on the clock for you to cross-examine, ask questions, set up arguments, etc., etc. Jump on in.
Sure. 1 second here. Just taking some notes as I was going. Okay. So that was a very riveting story, actually. I was fully engrossed in it. But I just want to set some some, I guess not ground rules, but just, see where you're at. So when we're saying it's the reason, would you take that to mean it's a primary factor, or would you say it's the only factor of why Americans fall behind?
It's never one thing. Everybody's story is different, but it is the primary factor, because when you have these skills, it is a multiplier. It is the saving grace that you need when those rough times hit to have that money, so that you're not making decisions out of desperation.
Yeah, that's totally fair. So if I could just pick your brain a bit, I understand you're saying it's the primary factor. What would you say are some other factors? Maybe you could give me just 2 or 3, whatever comes to mind, apart from my financial literacy, since we're admitting, or we're both saying it's not the only one. What would you say maybe are some of the others?
Well, impulse control is another big one. People deciding, hey, I should not go into a 22% car loan when I'm just out of college and have college debt. You could say people's financial starting point. I often see the videos where it's like, if your parents were married, take a step forward. Well, that affects everybody. So when you have these different situations, whether it's your starting point, whether you inherited money, all of these things may be a factor. But if you know how money works, and you know how to identify what's most important, you can set yourself up to where not only can you retire wealthy, but you can start generational funds.
Sorry to interrupt. My time's a little bit limited, so I'm just going to try and go through these. But so the 2 things you mentioned were impulse control. You also mentioned a financial starting point. I'm not quite sure those would be, I guess, other factors. I think impulse control probably would tie in with financial literacy, but that's totally fine. I guess if you just had to assign a percentage, what percentage of Americans do you think fall behind because of financial illiteracy? Like, you could just, I'm not looking for stats or anything, just ballpark vibes. Just like, how many people do you think that affects? Or how many people do you think are financially illiterate?
I'd say probably 60% based off of the TIAA
60? Okay.
scores.
Sure, and I have, still got some time. So, all right, well, I was just curious, do you know what the largest household expenses are? Like, do you know what people spend most of their money on?
I would think housing or college debt.
Okay, yeah, housing is correct. So it would be between housing and transport. So those are the two largest. I'm just picking your brain a little bit here.
Yep.
If you had to take a guess, how much do you think between housing and transport? How much do you think that people's income goes towards those two things alone?
I'd say between.
Clock's out, but I'm going to say go ahead and answer
60%.
Sorry,
say that
one
one
more
more
time.
Sorry, 35 to 60%.
Okay, I think that's it's pretty much smack in the middle, so it's 50%. But yeah, that's my time, so that's totally cool.
All right, cheers. So we're going to go ahead and kick it now over to you for your opening testes. 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. Start it up when you're ready.
Sure. So I'm not sure if this actually will land in exactly 3 minutes, but yeah, I'm taking a little bit more of a casual approach, just having a conversation. Oh, God damn, I'm trying to start it. I'm trying to see the timer. Okay, there we go. So I think for my position, I think it's relatively simple. I think financial literacy is a good thing. As you know, with his story, I think knowing how to swim is definitely a good way not to drown. But it's also sometimes the undercurrent is too strong. Sometimes you can be as strong a swimmer as you want, but it doesn't make a difference. So I'm primarily saying that it's not, or I would primarily say it's not the primary reason that most Americans fall behind. I would say it is a reason, but not the primary one. Just to list off some very quick statistics, and I tried to get some of those in my Q&A, but if the average household spending, this is nationally, in 2024 was $78,500. So for housing, which would be mortgages or rent, is $26,266, and transportation is $13,000. So between those two, you're looking at 50%. So this isn't going to the club. This isn't like Netflix. This isn't avocado toast. We're talking about two very real world things that put sort of downward pressure. And your income, maybe you can, have a starting point, all things being equal. You may find some advantages later on, but these are constant things that people have to address or deal with in life. One thing that hasn't been brought up yet, which I think is probably one of the primary factors, or maybe it was mentioned, it would be healthcare. So there's a lot of medical debt that people hold. There's also a lot of uncertainty surrounding these things. So you could be one accident, one diagnosis, one hospital visit away from life-altering debt. And this is not an isolated thing. This is something that millions of Americans are facing daily. Sorry, okay, got it. All right. So for the third, this is just more of a general. So we'll call them debt burdens. I don't know if that's a technical term, but according to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, reports say that household debt is above $18 trillion. So this is mortgages, auto loans, student loans, and credit cards. Mortgages alone make up the largest share of that. So when you're taking a loan, you can be as financially literate as you want, right? Understanding, say, how APR works doesn't erase something like medical debt. Comparing loan terms isn't going to make homes more affordable. You can budget, you can manage scarcity, but you can't create income that doesn't exist. And these other factors are, again, constantly a pressure that you have to face. So if you think of financial literacy as something like insulin, that treats the symptoms of diabetes, but you're not addressing the underlying disease. So I think that Americans are squeezed. There's other things like fixed costs, medical risks, inflation, weak purchasing power. So financial literacy helps, but I would say it helps more so in the margins, and it helps you get a better general head start, but it's not the primary reason why most Americans fall behind.
Right. So now we're going to go ahead and go back to the cross-examination. This time it's your turn, Roddy. You get to ask questions and control the narrative here. Ask either, again, poke holes in his arguments, set up arguments for yourself, use the time as you see fit. 3 minutes will start when you start to talk.
Okay. So just to clarify, I agree with a fair amount of what you said, but I just want to make sure because I was writing furiously. $78,500 is the average household spending, you said?
Yes, this is looking nationally.
Okay, so you're actually giving a figure that's $18,500 higher than my $60,000 a year salary. So I like that. So we'll put a pin in that because we're going to use that later for this class. I mean, debate. Why are costs for cars so high? Are you is that stat because everybody's carrying a car payment?
I wouldn't say everybody. I don't know the exact percentage breakdown. I would say that just sort of the design of most U.S. cities, they're very car-centric. So I would say that it's, getting to and from work is the primary use of a vehicle. So, I would say that that would probably be where it ties in.
Unfortunately, if you can't tell me what that cost is, then I'm going to go ahead, if you will allow me, I'm going to go ahead and say that's because they're carrying a car payment. Okay? Is that okay?
Oh, yeah. Well, I see. Yeah. If it,
okay.
Yes, I wouldn't say this is just like gas and insurance. Yeah, it's probably
right.
a car loan or something. Yeah, sure.
And just for speed, because I only have a little bit of time, housing costs is probably also mortgage.
Mortgage or rent, yeah, is what I included.
Mortgage or rent, okay.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. And so you mentioned household debt. What was that household debt figure again? I missed the number. I want to make sure I use your stats so I can be the most
sure. It's so this is from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. It's 18 trillion. I don't think that's the exact. It might be like 8 point something trillion, but I just put 18 trillion for shorthand.
Okay. And then income that doesn't exist. So when you said people can't create income that doesn't exist, isn't that what going to college or obtaining certifications to make you more valuable to your employer, isn't that creating income that doesn't exist by giving you more benefit to your company so they're willing to pay you more? Wouldn't that qualify?
Yeah, I would agree. The thing is, we'll get into it. Education is not a cheap endeavor, so student loan debt, which I haven't. Yeah, that's also a factor.
Oh yeah.
You do.
That's why I put that as second, possibly.
Oh yeah. Okay, no, that's fair.
Yep. No, I agree with that. I'll grant all that. I fully am on board. So, how much time do I still have left? 20 seconds. So let me ask you one more thing.
Sure.
If I can do something like a car, if I can buy a $1,000 car and drive that for 3 years, and I save $500 a month, wouldn't it benefit buying a $10,000 car after a few years rather than financing a $20,000 car for 7?
I'm not quite sure if I follow. I know we're out of time here, but if I understand,
we'll get more into it. It's fine. Just know that I asked that. So.
Just go ahead and roll into that question in the open. I put 10 minutes on the clock. Get into it.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Maybe you could clarify. So go ahead.
I will. Thank you. Okay. I graduated high school. I bought a $700 car, and I'm only saying because I think most people, I think we can agree, at some point bought a inexpensive car so they could get around. Would you say your life and probably most Americans is similar?
Yes. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Just a beater. Try get a Honda Civic or something.
Sure.
Right. Okay. So now I buy that car, and then I say, okay, I'm going to go get a job. So no matter what job I get, I'm going to get paid. So even at minimum wage, I'm going to be able to save some money. So if I start saying, okay, I need a better car, this is the biggest thing that's going to benefit me, is something a little more reliable. Would you not agree that it's better to save up your payment that you think you can afford, buy a newer car after 2 or 3 years, and not take out an interest loan on a higher car so that you can stay out of paying other people needlessly, rather than, well, they said I qualify for $20,000. I should spend the whole $20,000. Whereas if I save the money and I go, my budget is $10,000, I got to get the best deal I can. Would you agree that option A is
yeah, as you
better?
presented the hypothetical, that's obviously the better option. I mean, the best option would be, why not just buy another beater? I mean, why do you need a fancy car at all? Like, if it runs, I mean, maybe you'll be paying more repair costs and things in the future. But I mean, one thing I did want to push back on. I mean, you mentioned minimum wage. I mean, if you're making minimum wage, it's not considered to be a living wage, right? So, I mean, even the prospect of having a car, you're probably going to have to incur some level of debt, just to be able to, kind of go to work. If again, I didn't bring the minimum wage into this, but if we're speaking strictly of minimum wage in terms of how they exist in every state, I between again housing and rent, or it wouldn't be a mortgage, we'll say rent if they're working minimum wage, right? It would be very unlikely that they would be able to even put themselves in that position.
Right.
Would you agree with that?
So, I would. So the reason I brought up minimum wage is because I want to give you the benefit of the doubt that these people we're talking about started out as low as possible. So we can include the Americans who don't have generational wealth. We can include the Americans that come from impoverished areas, whether they live in a situation where their parents have financial difficulties, including massive amounts of debt, or come from broken homes. I just want to start out at the lowest possible place, so that way we can try and make sure that we're including the most amount of Americans, right?
Sure. So I have a quick stat for you, just in the vein of what we're talking about. So
sure.
I have a poll here. This is from the Federal Reserve. I can link it. I'd put all my links in the side chat, but I'll link this in or actually I don't think I can put it in Horseradish chat, but I'll re-put it in the back chat just so that you can have a direct look at it here. I know there's a lot of links flying around. So this particular one here shows that again, if we're starting with the lowest of the low, this is general polling. This is I looked at the methodology. It's supposed to be representative, of the average person sort of across America. So they were asked if they could cover a $400 emergency expense, or with cash or equivalent. And fair enough. Like this number fluctuates over the years. 68% in 2021, which was the peak, but 63% said that they could cover an emergency expense. They were then further asked, like either between 15% or 10%, sorry, not between, but combined, said that they would have to pay it off on a credit card or they'd have to borrow from a family member. I think $400 is not insignificant to most people, but I think that, you can kind of go through these charts. I know chat can't see this. I'm not just going to throw a bunch of numbers at you, but I think this is a fairly good snapshot that when people don't have necessarily savings, I'm not sure if you're familiar. I'm not trying to Gish Gallop, but I'm not sure if you're familiar as well, that a lot of people say that they are, sort of one financial crisis away from being in these positions where they have to borrow from somebody or they have to.
Yep. That was
credit.
in my opening as well. Yep. I agree,
sure.
100%. Yep.
Sure. So I think that, again, I guess I was being a little bit not hyperbolic, but you can understand the mechanisms that exist, right? You can be financially literate and maybe understand what you should be doing, but it's being in that position to begin with. So I think that would be my pushback and say that, well, at least if we're believing these numbers, if a lot of people cannot cover a $400 emergency expense, it seems pretty unlikely that they would be able to save additional money. I'll let you address that. I do have other points, but yeah.
Okay, so if you know that, and I know that, it was in both of our points. It was in my opening, and you just brought it up. Would it be safe to say that most Americans, having answered that survey, also know that?
Also know
that they can't cover that expense? That's a huge issue.
Sure. So maybe you could explain to me how being more financially literate in this circumstance may help them.
Because if I know that's an issue, then I know I shouldn't be going to the club, I shouldn't be buying Labubu's, I shouldn't be doing any of these things, ordering DoorDash. If I know I'm $400 from ruin, I should be focused on getting at least $1,000 emergency fund. That should be the thing that I focus on for the next 3 months.
Sure,
Would you
I
agree?
totally agree.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
Because we want to overcome these hurdles, right?
I agree. So I'm going to post
Okay.
a quick link in the side chat again. Again, I'm not trying to overvolume, just try to give you some references here. So I had mentioned earlier the housing and transport accounted for 50%. So if we look at this, I wish I could post this in your chat, Horse Rats. Oh, somebody posted. Okay, perfect. So if you look at this breakdown, because again, I feel like this does tie into things that, going to the club. Certainly, people can pay money for stupid shit. Shit they don't need, Netflix or their personal expenditures, right? We could say, well, I'm not going to make the lefty bleeding heart argument of, oh well, what else do they have? They need these things. But if you look at entertainment, or even alcoholic beverages, these are two categories that are included in this. It's astronomically low compared to, again, housing, transportation, food, personal insurance and pensions, and then healthcare. Those are the top 5 categories, right? These are all sort of have the potential to be life-altering things if they are. I would
Sure.
consider all of these
Sure.
to be fairly essential. Sure.
Okay.
So basically,
Real quick, not to.
please go on. I
We're
know
running out of
time's
time.
limited. Yep. Go ahead.
Would you say that this is self-reporting, correct?
I believe, this is a survey. This was done by the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
So these aren't stats; these are just self-reported numbers. So, like, if I
Well,
don't
they're-
want
they're
my
both,
parents
but,
to know
yeah.
I'm spending a lot going to the club, I should probably put a little lower number. Just
Sure. Anytime there's a self-reported thing, I mean, the numbers
Okay,
are never going
right.
to. I believe it's a plus or minus
Right.
3. I believe is the margin of error, if I'm not mistaken. So
okay,
yeah.
right. I don't dispute any of the numbers. What I'm saying is, if the person knows, okay, maybe it's smarter I take a year after graduation and stay at home and get if they have the financial literacy, get my emergency fund set up. Would you
yeah.
agree that most people could stay and do that instead of going, screw you, mom and dad, I'm out. I'm going out. I'm going to go with my friends and we're going to do whatever.
I 100% agree on an individual level. I think where we're talking past each other a little bit, and I'll even kind of grant this that I sort of have to look at national averages, right, in polling, and I understand that that's not maybe the best representative thing because this is going to vary wildly depending if you live in the city or if you live in a rural area. Your financial economic opportunities vary greatly across the country. So I agree with you on a lot of the things you've said on an individual basis. I think financial literacy is an extremely important tool that should be taught. I would even say that it's easier to do today than it ever has been. There are tons of YouTube channels. Investing was never even really a thing for the common person. The information is out there, and yet we still sort of see people within these situations. So, it's not a lack of access to the information. It's just it appears to be the case that despite these things being available to them, that these other things take precedent.
Okay, hold on though. Gen
Sure,
Z
yeah.
performed at 38%. So
38. What was that stat again? I
base-
wrote it down, but 38% was the
2025 TIAA Institute statistics.
Right.
It's basically a newer group that's just trying to figure out what people know about finance. They scored at 38%, which means 38% of them could answer 20 basic finance questions.
I mean, I can
So that's
extend.
62% that can't answer those. So why would I trust them to know maybe I should stay home? Or unless you're saying that a majority of young people get kicked out when they graduate high school by their parents. They do not have the option. Because
No. I mean, for me extending an olive branch here is I think that you should teach financial classes in high schools. I think there should be every effort
I
made
100% agree.
to. Yeah, I wish I had access to that in high school, right? I think you should absolutely be setting people up for success. What I'm basically saying, though, however, is regardless of your particular situation as an individual, you are still going to end up paying for housing in one way or another. Transport, yeah, sure, you can take the bus, right? That vastly limits your job pool. Food is essential. Some level of healthcare. I have another stat in here I can see if I can dig up, but something like in the last 12 months, people have avoided seeking medical care due to the cost burden that was placed. They were for them or their family members. Sorry, I'm
okay, real quick, what is the time
Sure.
that we're looking at? 3 minutes left? Is that just our back and forth?
Yeah, I think Horseradish just added a little bit of time. Either he's
Okay.
enjoying the
So let me
conversation
give you
or
a
he's trying to
scenario.
stretch it out. but
Let me
one
give
of
you a
the two.
scenario. Can we agree that most people could stay at home if they needed to? You're always going to have the outliers of their home life is horrible. I get that. But can we agree most parents don't kick their kids out at graduation?
I will agree. I will agree that most parents don't kick their kids out during graduation. However, I would say that staying at home is, to use a lefty word, I think it is a little bit of a privilege, because if you're not directly contributing to the household, financially usually, but if you're not able to contribute in that way, then you are putting a lot, again, even say like the parents are financially literate, I'm saying the word literate, not illiterate, like they have decent financing, right? You are essentially creating a financial burden upon them. So if you're looking at the individual...
I'm going to pay you $200 a month to stay here and do what you allowed me to do for free. Would that help you out with bills? Yeah, son, that'd be great. Hey, thanks. $200 a month. That's a fifth to 10th of what I would pay in an apartment. Would we agree?
Yeah, I agree. And what you're looking at here, though, however, costs are not static.
It doesn't matter, because what I'm doing
it does
is
matter, because things like inflation, their rent may go up.
All that.
Sure.
I'll grant you all that. I'll grant you inflation. I'll grant you cost of living.
Rent,
the cost of
health
living
premiums.
at $200 is a tenth of what it would be if I went and got an apartment, correct?
Sure, yeah, I'll grant that.
I'm saving 90% already.
That individual is, but
yes,
you're sort of robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? If you may that individual,
who am I robbing?
The parents who are now burdened with the extra costs that are still associated with you. So, yeah, I understand, but and you kind of granted this though. You said I said things like health premiums are still going to be going up. Rent will probably go up annually.
We'll get
or
there.
If they play a mortgage, there's
there.
variable rates, right? Or it could be a fixed rate. But
we'll get there.
Sure.
Okay, we're limited on time, so I just want to get you somewhere. So if I'm saving 90%, I'm already ahead of the curve. I'm already going to be able to say, if I take 40% that I would normally be putting on an apartment, $800. If it's a $2,000 a month apartment, I've got $800. I'm giving my parents $200. I'm helping them. I got $800 a month. In 10 months, how much do I have?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Wait, you're saving
$800
a month?
If I save $800 a month, which is 50% what my apartment.
Yeah, so you have $9,600. Yeah.
I got $9,600. So that one move, can you grant me, eliminated the $400 expense most people can't meet in less than a year just by staying home for 10 months.
For that particular
for
individual,
a year.
I will grant that. Sure. Yeah.
Well, okay, so if we can agree a majority of parents don't kick you out, we call it privilege, that's fine. But just for a majority of Americans that are graduating high school, if we can agree that a majority can save $9,600 just by paying their parents $200 extra, it helps them out, and I make $9,600 in savings in my pocket, I now have almost a $10,000 cushion for any of the issues that we both agree hurt Americans today.
I will grant that. I would say I was just kind of repeating, or I guess to kind of land the plane, is I think looking at the flip side, you are looking at half of the equation. So just because this individual,
I'm looking at 10%. I'm just trying to get us.
But you're looking. I understand, but you're looking at those particular individuals who may be able to save, and hopefully, yes, will make better financial decisions with that money, or that they've been able to save. However, you're putting a burden then on the parents, and I understand they're getting $200 extra a month, but I've kind of already, I guess, we're repeating myself a little bit, but they still have costs that they are responsible for. And
why do you keep saying burden? Was I a burden for 18 years?
A financial burden. I'm not talking about like an emotional burden or that they're a drain or anything. I'm saying that there is a financial cost to being able to support dependents.
But in one swoop, I just increased their income. What did you call it? Income that doesn't exist. I just increased my. Hold on.
Yes, my rebuttal is that those are not fixed. They don't have fixed costs. Their insurance premiums are still their medical premiums are still gonna go up.
We haven't even addressed that. Please
I know we haven't addressed that. That's what I'm trying to address, because I feel like we have sort of addressed the first part there.
Okay, so I'm just saying, I got $10,000 almost in my savings. My parents just made $1,200 extra for allowing me to do in just one portion what they already did for 18 years. So now I'm less of a burden, as you say. I'm benefiting them. I'm setting myself up. I can work a minimum wage Burger King job, and I just put myself in a better financial position than most of Americans, as we see, based on they can't cover a $400 expense. So can you see why financial literacy, if you take out ego, you take out pride, you take out the need to be independent and buy things like moving out into an apartment. We didn't used to do that in the early years of the founding of this country. We live multi-generationally, which allowed young people to save. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, I'll let y'all go way past the timer because y'all were still cooking, but we do have to jump in there. We do have questions. We have other debaters waiting. So
go ahead.
Great stuff. All right, so we're going to go into the Q&A section. As everybody can see, we've got Groofus coming in clutch for us last minute to replace the Dipper. So with that said, he is frantically trying to cram and prep. So everybody cross your fingers that he can bring the heat tonight. That said, we're going to kick this over to the Q&A section for this debate. Lack of financial literacy is the reason why most Americans fall behind in life. We're going to start out with questions for you, Roddy, and then we're going to go to questions for you, Testes. I will start once again, and I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock for these questions. Try to keep it under the minute, but again, I'm going to let y'all keep going if you're still making progress. So, Roddy. So if you believe that financial literacy is critical as it is, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that your general belief is against the idea of public schools, how would you propose some sort of mandatory education for financial literacy other than public schools? And if you do support the usage of public schools, at what age do you think it should become mandatory education in those public schools?
I think in order to graduate high school, to be considered an adult, whether you're in a public school, a private school, homeschooling setting, this is as important as reading and math. This is the third pillar. You need to have a certification or a high school class or even a middle school class that shows how to budget, how to do these basic financial things before you can even consider yourself graduated. Every American.
All right. So it sounds like you are okay with it being in public schools and you just think that it has to be part of the graduation process.
I think it should be a requirement. Yeah.
Fair enough. Doomer, are you ready with a question for Roddy, sir?
I think so.
All right, go ahead and start it off.
Question more on curiosity than strictly judging the prompt, actually. Obviously, your AF on the prompt, a lack of financial literacy is the reason most Americans fall behind. Would you say kind of the inverse is true as well, that like a surplus or an abundance of financial literacy would be the most, like the reason most Americans that got ahead did get ahead?
Can you reword the question? If I understand correctly, what I think you're saying is that people who are wealthy are only wealthy because they got given money generationally. Is that correct?
No. I would be saying, would those wealthy people only have it because the financial literacy that they have?
I would say most people. Let me try and word this correctly. I'd say 75% of Americans in this country that are wealthy did it through a basic financial plan that anybody can implement and did not receive any substantial funding or inheritance from their parents. Yes. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, as best as you could. Okay. Tyler, are you ready with a question for Roddy?
Yeah.
Shoot.
So, the only real evidence you've presented so far is generally, I'm not saying your arguments are solid, but the only real practical backing you've presented to it so far is that the median, the Gen Z, only 38% could answer 20 questions about basic financial literacy, but when you look, Gen Z is still well below the median age of when somebody moves out of their parents' house, so I don't expect them to be versed in the independence and financial literacy when sometimes they're as young as like 14, 15 years old right now, I think, is Gen Z. So, it doesn't tell me much. Now, you keep going back to these standards and practices, this financial literacy, and saying that if you practice this, you basically can be set prepped and ready to go for anything. But how do you know that these people aren't practicing it? They could very well be trying their hardest, following all the rules. I'm sure you acknowledge that there are people that followed every single financial literacy rule and didn't see financial success. So is there any actual, tangible, practical, real-world evidence you can present to show me that these people that are falling behind in the way of medical debt, not being able to pay medical bills at 68% or whatnot, that they're just not practicing proper financial literacy?
Okay, there was a lot there. I kind of felt like, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say. Well, hang on.
Barring.
So give him a summary of that last sentence. Give him the actual question again.
Yeah, sorry. At the end there, I got a little bunched up there. Okay. So
Can you present hard evidence that supports your claim? There you go.
Evidence essentially that shows that the people right now that are succumbing to medical debt, they can't pay a major expense coming up. Like if they get in a car accident, they're fucked. Can you present evidence?
Okay. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. In fact, not only can I present the evidence, barring the ability to go into an individual's finances, which I would 100% happily do. I've done it numerous times, just like Caleb Hammer. Barring the ability to do that, I can show stats. I'll stick around for a couple hours after the debate. I can show you these stats. I'll be giving classes on these things in the future. Anyone's welcome to join. They're all free. So yes, I can do that.
Oh, just hit me with a general statistic then that would give me this. Like, if you have something.
A general statistic.
I can only judge what's presented in the debate. So give me something.
Okay. So let's talk about the plan. The top 5, based on study of millionaires that was done by Dave Ramsey and his group. Based on their studying of millionaires that they work with, the top 5 jobs were engineer, teacher, I've got a bunch of windows opened up, so lawyer, teacher, engineer, and these jobs. And what these jobs all have in common is they all follow plans. Engineers, you got to follow the plan or the building falls down. Teacher, you follow the plan, which is surprising to a lot of people because teachers are always being told, we're always being told teachers don't make enough. Then why is the second highest number of millionaires that this group deals with teachers? Because they follow plans, lesson plans. Same thing with lawyers. Lawyers have to follow plans. So those are statistics, and I can give you more later on, but for time's sake, we'll just stick with those.
Okay. Good stuff. Thank you very much. All right, so Testicles, we are going to go to you now. So you disagree that a lack of financial literacy is the reason most Americans fall behind in life. I'm pretty sure that I understood from your arguments presented that it's primarily the it's the fact that it is framed in the prompt as being the primary cause of falling behind. But I'd like sort of in almost like a Steelman-y way, would you agree that a fundamental understanding and implementation of financial literacy would actually help most Americans do better in life?
Yeah, and I think I even granted that early on, or I tried to use his example at his opening to the best of my ability, but saying I think being a strong swimmer is probably a great skill set to have to not drown. Like I think that follows, right? So being financially literate, it sort of sets you up in a better thing. So I'll absolutely allow that But I think that, sometimes, again, the undercurrent is just too strong. There are factors outside of your control, and I would say most things in life are probably outside of your control. I brought up some of those examples, but I just don't think it's enough, and that, I think, again, that this is why I wouldn't say that it's the primary reason. But I will absolutely grant, I even said in the debate, I think it should be taught in high schools. I wish I was taught financial literacy. I think you're helping set people up. I just don't think that it's enough. It's, not the Oprah Winfrey, you can manifest whatever you want kind of thing. Like there's a point where the rubber meets the road, and you can be as practical, as smart as you want, and still slip through the cracks. And I think that most people end up doing that.
Doomer, your turn, sir. If you would throw a question at the testicles.
Yeah, I know you went into some different things more broadly in the discussion on what were other, more major points that cause Americans to fall behind. Could you articulate more specifically some of those main points?
Yeah, absolutely. So I brought up housing and transportation. I know I kind of mashed those together and saying that that's 50% of income. Housing alone is about 33. Sorry, I actually have the exact stat here, so I may as well bring it up. Okay, here we go. So this is for 33.4%. So there's something that's called where is it here? Department of Housing. So yeah, so it's referred to as cost burdened, which is a financial term that I happened to learn recently. So cost burdened is basically any household, or could be a single person or family, who pays more than 30% of their income to either rent or to mortgage. So there are about 42.5 million Americans, which is 33% of all households in America, are considered to be cost burdened. So that means 33%, third of the country, pay over 30% for housing alone. And then, that gets into other things for necessities such as food, healthcare, or, even the ability to save money. So I think that that's a massive kind of, it undercuts a lot of Americans right off the bat.
Okay. And now it's your turn, Tyler. If you would hit Testes with a question, sir.
I kind of had one, and you guys kind of already touched on it. Give me just a couple of seconds, because I was milling through it back up here. Well, Testy, I'm kind of
So real quick, what? Oh, go ahead.
Testy, I'm kind of following the main argument, and right now it seems like the last point that was offered that I feel is kind of taking the lead right now, that I want to give you a chance to refute, is Rob essentially countered what you were saying, and saying like a lot of these issues you're talking about, not living paycheck to paycheck, not having the money in savings or hidden away for an emergency, is the lack of financial literacy. That is essentially what he's saying. If you lived with your parents, paid rent to them for 2 years in order to set up a nice bank account, pay off your car so you don't have car payments, you can drop your insurance rates down, and make all these smart choices, wait for a good housing market to get a mortgage where you can get it locked in at a low interest rate and things like that, to do these things. Sure, you're gonna have people that maybe don't have a family that can do it, they can go find some fucking roommates, but eventually everyone can find a way to make that happen. I want to know how you counter that and say that your circumstances that could happen still would even trump this plan.
Sure. So, again, this is, I don't know if these are the right terms to apply to it, but in terms of looking at a micro versus a macro. So I think on an individual basis, you can create the hypothetical where that you can set somebody up for success, in your mind. So what we're really trying to account for are the things that are, I guess, you're not able to account for. And that's kind of why, that's one of the reasons I brought up housing and rent, not to be a dead horse, but that's a fixed cost, right? And that cost is only ever going up. Same with healthcare premiums, right? These are things that are only ever, at least, in recent years, we only see these costs go up. And, one way to kind of look at that is you could look at real wages versus inflation, and things have kept up. It's a bit of an old-timey saying, but a dollar doesn't go as far as it used to. It's a reality that there are more cost burdens that are being put on people essentially every day. Just to throw out a really quick stat, which I don't think I got into yet, it was, again, about a third. So this is 36% of adults. This is from the KFF, which I believe, I should look this up. I think it's the Kaiser Family Foundation, if I'm not mistaken. or Kaiser maybe. So 36% of adults in America, so it's all adults in America, say that in the past 12 months that they've either had to skip or postpone getting health care because of the cost. And so I think that, at least as a very small nugget, sort of highlights that if people were saving, you think that people's health would be, hopefully be near the top of their list of concerns or things that they would want to address. And so the fact that 36, almost 40%, getting closer to it, have skipped or postponed medical care due to that, I think shows more of a prohibitive cost rather than just a lack of smart planning or something around that.
Now, this isn't like a second question or anything. Just do you have like what that 10-year average was before the spike in it? Just kind of frame of reference, curiosity.
So for the numbers I'm looking at, I believe it is from April of 2026. Some of the stats I got, and you can push me on this, is totally fine. Some of them I was looking for trends, so I was going back maybe 5 to 10 years just to get an overall view of things. And some of them I tried to stay more sort of, relevant to today rather than discussing like numbers from the 70s or something. So past 12 months. I don't have that exact number for you, unfortunately.
Yep.
Sure.
No worries. And speaking of which, whenever you have references, you didn't see it because you weren't seeing the stream. But just so you know, Testes, whenever you have any sort of sources, references, materials, etc., let me know, because I actually will bring them up in the stream. And I was bringing up both of those cited articles that you guys had.
Sure. Sorry, I kind of stopped doing that. I got a little distracted, but yeah.
Yeah, no worries. No, I can completely understand, but I just want to let you know, and this goes for all of the debaters. I didn't mention the white flag thing because nobody did it last night, but at the very least, if you have cited sources or references, let me know, and I'll bring them up whenever you refer to it. So
sure. And the two I referenced during the question period, I just posted in the back chat.
Yeah. Okay. And fantastic. Yeah, and you should be able to put it into the chat now because
okay, perfect.
Yeah, for what it's worth, it's I'm pretty sure that the bot got turned off or left. I'm not sure if it was Tokonas's or
maybe it was non-smoker. It's just low.
Yeah, exactly. Either way, it's gone. So I think we're back to normal. So, all right, putting 3 minutes on the clock for everybody's closings. We're going back over to you, Roddy. Once again, this is 3 minutes uninterrupted for you to be able to put the last thoughts out here. Put a cherry on top. Tell us your closing argument, sir.
Okay. Just to double check, you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So to tie back to that riptide, it gets stronger with every missed lesson. I can grant Mr. Johnson everything he's saying because everybody faces those. So I can grant all that, and it still does not change the premise. If you have two people and one has a plan and one does not, the one with the plan will always be better off. Most times overcoming that hurdle. The survey showed 37% of Americans cannot cover a sudden $400 expense. I showed how in 1 year, staying home, you benefit your parents, you save almost $10,000, and you eliminate that hurdle that 37% of Americans face. You could cover an unexpected car repair and not sweat it. You've got the money. You can cover a small medical bill. You don't have to sweat it, or a job hiccup. And we're not even talking about the 20 to 79% interest rates that I mentioned. The current does not let go easily. It carries people all away into retirement. Every American faces that. So do you want to face that retirement with a plan and be a millionaire? Most people don't know if you save $100 from the time you graduate high school every month to the time you retire, you'll have over $2 million depending on the interest rates, but just going off of historical averages. You'll have over $2 million. That's generational wealth. Now your next generation can go out and use that with the knowledge that you pass on and that lack of desperation, and they too can take on the duty that every American and every person in the world has to their children by setting them up for financial success and by possibly giving them the funds to do so that will make sure that nobody in your family tree ever suffers again. The Riptide does not discriminate by how hard you work. And yes, people face adversity, but it's better to face adversity with a plan than just sit there and go, well, I'm throwing my hands up. This hits high earners who still overspend. It hits middle-class family who fall for scams or don't have a plan. Young people entering adulthood without ever being taught these skills in school. They're failing from the start. This widens the gap across generations and demographics because the knowledge that I'm talking about is the multiplier. It's that extra income that my opponent said doesn't exist. So he argued wages, inflation, health costs, systemic issues. Everybody faces those. But one thing that will separate the people who can ride those waves and who can't is this multiplicative information. So if you can have two people that end up in vastly different areas, let's give people the tools to stretch every dollar further, avoid predatory costs and products, invest early, build real wealth, and then we can start fixing the rest of the country. I'll be giving these classes for free. I have all the stats to support all this information. If anybody would like to know it, I'll give it to you. But this is the knowledge that lets you swim smart, break free from the riptide, and reach the shores of security and opportunity. Without it, Americans will continue to be pulled under. Thank you.
All right. So, went a little bit over, but that's all right. We let you finish your thoughts there. 3 minutes is going to go on the clock now for you, Testes. This is your time, uninterrupted, to put your closing arguments. Start when you're ready.
Oh, there we go. Sure. So I don't have any written in closing. I'm just going to kind of, I guess, go over some of the things we discussed. I think my opponent in his closing there said that he grants everything that I've said. So I think that's a decent point in my favor, but joking aside, I did look up this, one of the things, I guess, one pushed by Tyler about, from Dave Ramsey. This was a survey about millionaires and the top jobs that they had worked. So this particular, and I haven't looked into this deeply. This is just a very quick summary that from what I could find. He only looked at millionaires. So I feel like if you're only looking at the winners, you're going to see success, right? Some other things about the generational wealth, which was brought up during the question period. It does look like that if you are born within the top fifth, I guess, percentile, about 40% of people remain in that percentile, and if you're born in the bottom five or the bottom fifth, then about 42% stay in the bottom fifth. So there is not as much, I guess, mobility, and this may imply that, well, if they were just more financially literate, that perhaps things could have been different. Something I briefly just shared in chat and in the back there, which unfortunately I didn't get to this debate, not trying to just throw in more information, it just sort of ties in with everything else I've said. This is from 2022, saying that 100 million people in America are saddled with healthcare debt, which sounds like a pretty alarming number, but this could be, this could be medical or dental, I believe. Could be within the last, currently have that debt. If you go down a little bit, you'll see that people have had to make cuts to the spending on food. They dig into their savings. They have to take on extra work, things like that. I 100% agree with Roddy that I think financial literacy is a great thing. I think that it should be taught, it should be encouraged, and I think that being able to try and set people up for success in life is a good thing. I think in high school they should teach you finances. I think they should teach you how to apply to rent an apartment, life skills, how to do your taxes, right? These very basic things that for some reason nobody ever tells us, and you're just sort of thrown into the wood chipper of life and expected to be figured out. I think that's great to advocate for. However, I think, as I've highlighted throughout the debate, I think there are just barriers that exist that keep people behind through no fault of their own. And I think that it's not a woe is me type of thing. It's just a reality that I think a lot of Americans face every single day. You can do everything right your entire life, and then you or a loved one may just get sick, and now what are you going to do? Misfortune does happen. Life happens. There are tons of things that are unexpected. And again, these are fixed costs in the fact that they are never going away. You will always be paying for housing or rent. You're always going to be paying for your healthcare. I mean, hopefully not. We'll see what the future holds. But basically, these things compound over time, and you need to, you can't just be financially literate when your rent goes up. It doesn't do enough.
All right. Very cool. So that completes our second debate for the night, kids. I'm going to go ahead and do as I said. I'm going to drop a link here in chat that is for all of you people who can see it. Click that link. Tell us who you think was the best debater. Did it delete? No. Yay. So tell us who you think was the best debater, not just who you agreed with, not who you think was the coolest, but who you think presented the best case tonight. And I'm going to be real with you. This one's going to be a tough one. I think that the judges might, this was a really fucking close debate. So beyond anything else the judges say, great job from both of y'all. Both of y'all are very new to this. This is Roddy's first time ever here doing a debate, and Testy's second. So like I said, absolutely wonderful job, gentlemen. And I am looking forward to seeing where the judges land on this. One more time, like I said. Oh, and I will put, Tyler, are you streaming over there? You are, right? Yeah? Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and put that link in there for you as well in the side chat so that you can put it into your chat over there on YouTube. And I will drop it into my chat on YouTube as well. But everybody go ahead and get that vote locked in as soon as possible. As you saw with the last debate, sometimes the judges disagree and it comes down to you guys. But sometimes the judges agree and fuck y'all. So anyways, judges. I'm going to go with Doomer again, just left to right. Doomer, are you ready to render judgment, sir?
Yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead.
So first off, I really liked Roddy's opening. I loved the Fresh Prince example. I'm hoping more people got that, but I was definitely catching what you were putting down there.
Yes.
Bonus point for that, by the way. I liked I think I might miss the acronym, the TIA, I believe, stats. I looked that up a little bit. I wasn't aware of some of the stuff that they were doing, so appreciate the knowledge drop there. I also liked when you went into how Gen Z's performing at a certain key worse, but furthermore when it got brought up later, kind of the age difference was brought up to kind of reconcile that. I think you addressed it though by saying the older generation was polled at a certain time and there was a difference between that. So I also like how in-depth you were with the source material there. On the opposite side, I really appreciated the fact that you were more bringing up the other focuses on why Americans fall behind, the cost basis and everything like that. I felt that was more objective. For Roddy, I felt that he really focused on the fact that financial literacy is a really great way to make sure people can't fall behind or won't fall behind, and that it can be used as a more way to get yourself back up in status or whatnot. But I do feel that the negative kind of brought more an objective argument on why these other things were more of a focus than financial literacy to when people fall behind. The biggest quote I remembered was something like, you can't financial literacy yourself to more income. Both sides kind of made an argument of going back toward a minimum wage job and ways that you could still work your way up from that. One thing I feel strangely about that argument is the minimum wage, I think gross income per month is something like $1,200 a month. And the lowest rent in the US average is something like $900. I don't think that was brought up, so I'm not factoring that into the debate judgment wise, but I always feel that that's a thing to always bring up when people are arguing on either side of minimum wage and kind of why people are falling behind. But overall, I do feel like it was really close. I'm giving it a 4-6, and that is factoring in the Fresh Prince bonus point.
All right, cool. So that's 4-6 for Testes. Tyler, where'd you come down on this?
Sorry, I'm just taking my last couple of notes.
Yep, no worries.
Okay, so both you two made fantastic arguments. I got to make some very meta critiques here. They were good. You both kind of did a lot of things you were really supposed to. So I just I want to say that at the beginning here, this was a good one. Very, very good debate. Very well matched. Tessie came in and went right for the throat with his negative argument. Like, he saw the pillar holding up all the affirmative claims and was just like, I want that, and ran right into it. And it kicked off like this back and forth, and it went through the whole debate, the one I asked Testy about, that was, to me, the main theme of the argument, the main path we were walking down. And it was good. You guys were evenly matched, so you were able to keep it on like a track like that. It was interesting to see. So the main argument started out being made by Roddy here. Was the best practice is to learn and practice financial literacy and the understanding of your present circumstances, and this reason will fix or prepare you for most issues, and that was being called marginalization. So that's what the battle was over, and Testy countered with how actual housing and transportation and healthcare and emergencies cost all this money, blah, blah, blah. But that was, sometimes that's bad decision making. They went through a few examples. I think that Roddy came out on top when he was talking about housing. You can stay with your parents, you can get roommates, you can find other reasons to bring your housing down. You can buy a BDS piece of shit car or take public transportation. Keep those costs down. There's ways to save money. You just have to make these compromises and understand your financial situation, and then use that to earn the money you need to prepare yourself for some sort of medical emergency or something like that. He's like telling him how you could actually, like, his argument was giving him the financial advice he was saying that these people don't, that they need. It was like, in a way, you were kind of doing him a favor by filling him in with this information. And I feel like at the end of the day, that never got countered properly enough, though Testy made some good arguments. Them being waved off as anecdotal to me, just that was the last straw for him. Like, he just didn't come back from that. And I said the AF defended it 6-4. I give it to Roddy.
Okay. Well, that is 2 in a row. Last night, all 3 debates, the judges agreed. Tonight, it looks like they're going to disagree, which means one more time, chatters, y'all are the deciders. This is critical. Please click that link. Vote. Tell us where you landed on this prompt. Tell us who you think was the best debater tonight. Again, you are voting for Naughty Roddy on the AF or Testicle Johnson on the neg, who you think made the best arguments. So, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and look up. We're going to count it down for about another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody, please lock in your votes. We do not have nearly as many votes this time. I would really like to see a few more pour in. Everybody, it costs you nothing. It's anonymous. Just go ahead and click it and get your vote counted, please. I'm going to go ahead and lock it in, though. And there we go. Final results. Fuck me, it's close again. But Testies comes through with a 6-5 win. That is 54% of the vote. Oh, well, there was a last minute addition that brought it up to a 7-5, but we're going to hold it at that 6-5. It doesn't change the answer. The -1, according to the audience. So very, 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 very cool, people. Great job, Testies. I can't say it enough. Both of y'all did a great job. And Roddy, again, especially given this is the first time. This is the first time I've known you for years and years and years. I've never heard you formally debate like this with a clock and a timer and etiquette, et cetera, et cetera. I think again, both of y'all did great, and I hope y'all keep coming back. So, that said, we have made it through our first 2 debates. For those of you who are just turning in or turning in late, we had a little bit of snafu, not a big shock. It's what always happens. But we had somebody leave out who was supposed to be on the negative of our last debate. So we had somebody come in with literally an hour to prep. They have been sitting here listening to the last debate and a half, and maybe not even an hour. We're hoping that Groofus can come in here, but you know what? Regardless of how this goes, Groofus coming in clutch for me like that, it always counts, and I keep track of who actually comes through for us like that. So, that said, our last debate, everybody, it's going to be progressive policy would have wide appeal if it was not tied to socialism. On the affirmative, we have Castle, and on the negative, we have McGroofus. So, We're going to go to you first, Castle. This is a prompt I am very, very passionate about myself and very eager to hear both sides on. So please kick this off whenever you're ready. 3 minutes is on the clock for your opening. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I live in a little town called New York City, Queens, New York to be exact. And not long ago, a restaurant opened up nearby me called Filthy Flats. And it served different types of flatbread sandwiches, which by all accounts tasted perfectly fine. It was right off the subway line where many people walk by and was in a nice new building. That same restaurant went out of business not even 4 months later and was replaced by a Peruvian place, which I may add is pretty good. The restaurant business is tough, so it's imperative that demand is in good shape or things will go south rather quickly in an expensive city. And in the case of Filthy Flats, the food was good, the location was in prime real estate, and the reviews didn't really indicate any particular issues. So why would a place like that go out of business so quickly? Well, how about putting the name Filthy in front of an item I'm supposed to eat probably doesn't frickin' help, and made the average person walk by and think, why the hell is Filthy Flats here? What the hell is a Filthy Flat even supposed to be? So ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly the same type of issue that socialism has in the minds of the majority of Americans today. The product can be good, but the marketing, ladies and gentlemen, is oh so bad. And today my opponent is going to try to convince you that the word socialism isn't the problem here. It's because the politicians on the left are weak and ineffective at promoting socialist causes, or maybe it's just that the media and politicians have maligned the word as such an evil thing as to why socialism isn't most popular among Americans. But that last part is exactly the problem. And what socialists don't understand about the American understanding of socialism is that in the United States, the word socialism carries decades of political baggage. It's associated with government overreach, loss of individual freedoms, and failed economic systems over the world. So when voters hear that word, they don't just stop to evaluate the actual policy, they react to the label. And also because they don't understand that politics is 90% marketing ideas and candidates, and less about proclaiming if you were a true conservative or a true liberal ideologue. So my opponent will bring up statistics of how socialism may be gaining in popularity, but is it really? The latest Gallup poll from September of last year showed 39% of people had a positive view of socialism, which was up from 36 in 2010. So that poll 15 years ago to today tells us two things. That capitalism is still supported by the majority of Americans, albeit there have been ebbs and flows depending on how the economy is doing, but overall remains the more popular ideology. And that over the past 15 years, the idea of socialism has done nothing but show a paltry 3% improvement, mostly coming from younger Democratic-leading voters who over time change their political preferences as they get older anyway. So even if you ignore the specific labels and just show how it affects policy changes, when Obama proposed the Affordable Care Act, which was a generational health care bill that he was elected on, what did Republicans do to turn their constituents against it? Did they attack the policy itself? No. They hired marketing gurus and political consultants like Frank Luntz, who told them to message the policy as Obamacare and market it as a complete government takeover from President Obama, who wants to personally kill your grandmother. When looking at the polling, we all remember how well the Affordable Care Act polled much better than Obamacare did, and it's because of the way marketing can change how voters perceive policy. And in 2017, 7 years after Obamacare passed, Morning Consult conducted a poll that showed 35% of voters thought they were still two separate bills. But we are expected to believe that Americans will be able to separate socialism from today's political landscape. So here's the key point. When you strip away that label, many so-called progressive policies are actually widely supported by the American public. Social Security, Medicare were once considered radical expansions of government, and today are among the most popular and politically untouchable programs in the country. So when we have an electorate that supports progressive ideas in conservative places like Florida, for example, that easily passed a pro-marijuana bill and increased minimum wage legislation, or places like Kansas where they have voted against pro-life legislation to protect abortion, these same places where Kamala Harris lost by magnitudes because, according to the New York Times, 47% of voters felt like she was too far left and aligned closely with those who were unabashedly socialist and didn't mind waving the label around like a badge of honor. So this debate is not about whether progressive policy can work or if capitalism is the best system ever. It's about whether the word socialism can be used to win broad support of progressive policies. And the evidence is clear. When these ideas are only presented as practical solutions instead of ideological projects, they can succeed. And when socialism is brought into the mix, it's akin to naming a restaurant Filthy Flats. And I end my time.
All right. went a little bit over your time, but that's okay. You got your point out. So now we're going to go to our cross-examination. Grufus, I didn't actually get the chance to mic check you. I assume that you're actually there and everything is functional.
Hello.
Very cool.
Sure.
All right. 3 minutes is on the clock. Cross-examination time for you. Ask your question, sir.
Doesn't progressive ideology without the socialist economic policy already exist?
Doesn't progressive ideology without this? Yeah, of course it does.
It's basically neoliberalism. So your whole claim, your claim that progressive policy would have wide appeal without the socialist baggage. Wide appeal to whom exactly? Because, for example, polling consistently shows that policies people like lower drug prices, better roads, cleaner air. They like the outcomes. The moment you actually add the funding mechanism, i.e. higher taxes, support collapses. Doesn't that suggest the appeal is contingent on someone else paying for it?
So, again, I can go back to my Obamacare example. So, when it was passed, it was actually under a 50% approval by the American people. And if you looked at it today, it's about 55, and some polls even closer to 60%. So when these proposals are passed, they're actually largely accepted and approved by the American public. Like Social Security, Medicare, if they were proposed today, you would have people on the right saying this is a progressive policy that should be, struck down. But then American people actually look to support it. So I think if you were to actually put something like socialist or community or communist or anything along those same natures inside of a bill, it would make it much more unpopular.
Okay. I'm just gonna bring up the Nordic model and just get it through here. But these countries, right, also have relatively free labor markets, even though they also have strong social safety nets, homogenous political cultures and whatnot that make coordination easier. So is the progressive argument here, socialism worked here, where it barely had socialism? I know you didn't make the Nordic debate, but
yes. Are you, just to understand the question a little bit more? So are you saying that it's more popular in Europe because why exactly?
These countries, because of no, I'm not saying it's necessarily more popular. It works better because these countries have strong free labor market, strong property rights, and homogenous political cultures that make coordination easier.
Yeah, I mean, I think the systems. Many people argue that the welfare or healthcare systems in the Nordics work better, and it's something that a lot of people, progressives, try to promote here, maybe even take kind of like even use to help out, bear out the healthcare plans that they want to exist here in the US. But I don't know how that has anything to do with the labeling it socialist. Like, people understand the Nordic countries to be socialist, but countries like Norway, for example, are also they have a free market there as well. They also just have a bigger social programs over there they spend more money on, but they're actually not like a socialist country. They still have, elections and everything. Nothing is owned, by the people there. Mm-hmm. I don't want to say nothing, but
Grufus, I know you got more questions, but hold them for the open forum.
The opening.
We're going to go ahead and kick it over to you for your opening now, sir. 3 minutes is on the clock. Start the clock when you're ready, sir.
Right. The affirmative assumes that the progressive policy and socialism are separable. They are not. Progressive policy is socialism with better branding. UHC requires coercive taxation. Zoning reform requires a planning bureaucracy telling you what to do with your land. Strip out the socialism, the mandatory state-enforced redistribution, and what you have left is charity, voluntary mutual aid societies, private philanthropy, community cooperation, and those already have wide appeal. So the resolution is either trivially true in a way that helps no one, or fundamentally false in the way I believe Castle intends it. And every time progressive have actually tried to make that separation, Blair, Macron, Obama to some point for the ACA, the result has been neoliberalism. Technocratic, nominally market-friendly, institutionalist governance completely stripped of socialist framing, and the democratic backlash against the neoliberalism was so severe that the American public elected Donald Trump twice. So the separation, the affirmative is promising, doesn't produce popular progressive policy. It produces something voters hate even more. And that's not a theoretical risk, it's happened. And I go further, the affirmative world is actually worse for progressivism in the long run. If progressive policy had been untethered from the socialist branding earlier, it would have been passed more easily, failed on its merits faster, and we'd have a very different conversation today. Look at the experiments we've already had. The ACA passed with, while being called socialism, it still remains politically toxic. The carbon taxes have been repealed or rejected by referendum in left-leaning democracies, Australia, Canada, Washington State twice. UBI pilots end quietly and governments never scale them. The socialist label is a convenient scapegoat. Remove it, and policies still founder on cost, complexity, and the basic political reality that concentrated costs are always more salient than diffuse benefits. The socialist label hasn't killed progressive policy. In many cases, it's been on its life support, giving true believers an excuse for every failure. And sorry.
Is that it? All right. Yeah, it's
sorry.
okay. Whenever you just stop in the middle like that, you got to tell me when you're done.
Sorry.
All right. No worries. Castle, 3 minutes is on the clock, sir, for you to cross-examine that, poke holes, set up arguments, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. So, Groofus, you said that progressivism is basically just socialism with better marketing and branding. Do you think that today's Social Security would be considered socialism by Americans?
If to be clear, you're asking if it didn't exist previously and it were tried to implement today?
No, I mean today. Do you think if somebody were to talk about Social Security, that Americans would identify it as a socialist policy or socialism?
No, I think it's more so because people generally approve of Social Security and Medicare and whatnot because it survived the test of time. People have survivorship bias and whatnot, and people are already enrolled in it. People are already benefiting from it, so to speak, and they can. And it's not because of actual ideological belief in it. It's because it benefits them.
And do you think if that exact program was rolled out today and labeled socialist from, the opposition, assuming it would be labeled that way from conservatives, do you think it would face more opposition? That type of policy would face more opposition, or not?
So, yeah, I think if we were to have the Democrats probably try to implement some version of Social Security, if it hadn't existed in the past, yeah, I do think Republicans would inevitably end up calling it socialist or communist or whatever the Republicans decide to brand the thing as today.
Do you think that based on those marketing tactics, Republicans understand that socialism is kind of like the third rail in U.S. politics in a way that Democrats purposely don't use certain language in their bills to describe things, and that Republicans will to describe what Democrats are trying to do because they know it will affect voter approval?
I'm not sure if I entirely understand the question. Can you?
So, for the Obamacare case, do you understand, Republicans purposefully market things as socialist because they know it's a third rail, they know Americans won't perceive it well, and Democrats try to stay away from that because of the way it's marketed. Socialism is marketed towards the American voter.
Yeah, I think I basically said that for your last question.
Okay, just confirming. Okay, that's all. That's all I'd ask.
All right. Well, then in that case, I'm going to go ahead and put the 10 minutes on the clock for you guys. Keep going, and Mike's y'all's.
All right. So, Castle, you were basically saying that this is branding, right? This is a difference of branding in your opening, right? So
I mentioned it. Yep.
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, I mentioned that in my opening. Yep.
Yeah. So I would say that voters are reacting to the word itself necessarily, but what the word describes either presently or historically, right? You can brand wealth distribution, redistribution, enforced by the state, and both the Democrats and Republicans have done that, but polling consistently shows that support collapses the moment the funding mechanism is explained. I don't think voters are confused. They're just correctly identifying the substance through the label.
Well, I think that that kind of still makes my point. Like, you can still have, let's say, wealth distribution as a way to describe it as tax the rich, right? That doesn't have any type of socialist sounding or kind of marketing to it. And it's an extremely popular policy. Even if it were proposed, which it already has in the past in New York City, at least, where it still has a lot of support. People propose that because you're not calling it wealth distribution. Wealth distribution obviously would have a negative connotation, because then it would start to make voters think of a type of socialist government action where government is looking to take wealth from people. Whereas if you tax it and if you describe it as something completely different, people view it as more of a rich versus poor argument, which I still think is popular amongst most Americans. I know that you mentioned based on how you fund certain things, it can change how people poll or people how they express their views on it. That may be true for some things. You'd have to be more specific on if you have data on what, but at least for taxing the rich, that's something that we've seen time and time again, that even when implemented, because most people aren't billionaires, that's not something that people kind of sour on for time.
Right. And you also, really quickly, I would like to go back to the opening of your opening, so to speak, right? The filthy flats analogy. So I maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I think what you just basically said is like I said earlier, it's a marketing problem and a candidate quality problem. But I don't think that's quite an argument for the prompt. That's an argument for better consultants. The prompt says that policy would have wide appeal, not the politicians would be able to actually sell it. I see that as almost a concession of the prompt, nearly.
Well, it would still be policy, because also in my opening, I mentioned other progressive policies that have passed in more conservative states. At least economically, I think we would agree that it would be a progressive policy to increase the minimum wage. In Florida, they did that. So I think it's still policy. And again, things that Democrats have proposed on from an economic viewpoint have been popular. And again, I think that based on the polling we've seen, that it's popular. So there is progressive policy that can work. It's just whether or not you start to get people who promote it from the far left, or are people who are promoting it more centrist in their views, who aren't associated with socialism, and kind of like the Bernie wing of the party, is where I think people start to get concerned. So I still think it applies to the policy lens. It just depends on who it's coming from and where it's coming from. And it still works in that marketing type of term that you were saying. It's all marketing. I still think that's true. Like, you can take a progressive policy, or you can take something that's even more socialist in nature, and you can still change the marketing to it. That can appeal to Americans. And again, we've seen over time how even when it passes and it's unpopular, like Obamacare was, when people are getting more money or saving more money, whether it's through taxing rich folks or tax credits or saving money in any way, it becomes popular over time. Like social programs in this country, I really can't think of one that would be deemed unpopular today, unless you do.
I mean, I wouldn't say that, those. Well, I don't know what would you call the Oh my god, I'm just drawing a blank here. The minimum wage, there we go, is necessarily.
Sorry, the minimum wage. The minimum wage is what you said.
Yeah, the minimum wage isn't necessarily because we're talking about here progressivism versus socialism, right? And
yeah,
one second. Sorry, so we're talking about socialism and progressivism.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, progressivism here, and I wouldn't necessarily qualify raising the minimum wage as, progressive or socialist. It's really, I would say it's more just a general center left thing. So I don't think that necessarily applies to this debate.
We can agree to disagree, but even for like let's say a policy like healthcare, I think that progressives definitely have a view of healthcare. I think maybe we can agree on that at least. Would you concede that?
Yeah, I mean, generally depends on what the healthcare reform is, right? Like I would agree that UHC is progressive, for example.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, like UHC having a public public program to pay for healthcare, government program with a private marketplace, or even single payer healthcare. I think single payer healthcare is probably the most progressive idea that's been put out there. And I think a lot of people now, especially as healthcare costs keep rising, that idea of single payer healthcare has started to become even more appealing to a lot of American voters. It's also why Bernie was pretty popular when he ran on that as one of his major issues. But then the downfall of Bernie, also on the flip side, was because he was an unabashed socialist. Like, if you think about how close he was to defeating Hillary Clinton, a lot of that apprehension was probably, and in a lot of cases, if you were an independent voter or maybe leaned right, you were apprehensive that he didn't shy away from using the term socialist. I mean, journalists, news anchors would ask him literally the question like, are you a democratic socialist? And he would be like, yes. And when people just hear the word socialist, even though democratic socialism is not socialism, people are already like tuning out and associating him with actual socialism. So that's why I think that label was so harmful for his campaign, because a lot of people, even people on the right who were like, yeah, I like Bernie, I would have voted for him. When it came down to it, a lot of other people were saying the same thing, but, oh, well, he's a socialist though, so we can't have that in this country. And that's why I think a lot of harm came about for his campaign too, which is why I think the marketing was so important.
The thing is also, socialism, you're also kind of, I guess, somewhat confusing socialism and progressivism, because socialism is complete nationalization of the means of production. We're also
right.
That's not quite what I think we're getting at here. This is more just general. This is more just general. I think progressive policy we're going here for here. With some minor exceptions, because if we're completely nationalizing, healthcare for UHC or whatever, we are
right.
In effect, that is affected a socialist policy. But I also would like to go back to the 2016 primaries really quickly, the Democratic primaries. What would you consider close in terms of the vote margin?
What would I consider close? I mean, for 2016, I'm sure the final vote count, I know that Hillary went ahead towards the end. So I don't know, 5% of the total vote. But at one point, she was behind Bernie until I think California came into the mix. But it was much closer when Bernie ran the first time than the second time he ran. I do know that.
Right. So Bernie lost by 12.1 points. Not so. Just I don't think that in 2016 or 2020, especially 2020, but in 2016 or 2020, that Bernie really had a chance in hell. Because regardless of his policies, not because of his socialist label, but because generally I don't think his policies are popular. You see this a lot with the Justice Democrats, the just more general Bernie wing of the party. There aren't many of them in Congress or in local legislatures or
Right.
as governors, etc., because they are not popular.
Because they embrace socialism. Would you say that they embrace socialism more than most Democrats do?
Sometimes they are more likely to, but really that's just to some point Bernie and AOC. But I don't believe that even the most Justice Democrats also still avoid the term.
I would disagree. I think a lot of people, and also a lot of folks who run even in these primaries and end up losing, they lose in the Democratic primary before they're even if it's a safe Dem district, they end up losing because they kind of embrace that side of progressivism where they don't mind using that socialist or democratic socialist label. They're endorsed by the DSA. They're endorsed by a lot of people. We have a lot of people online now and streamers who are in that space who are not viewed so popularly, who support them. And people see this and they're like, well, we don't want this representing us in Congress because of that. So I think that's been doing harm for them as kind of a wing of the left part of the party.
Does just because someone endorses them, does that necessarily mean they're part of that organization or that they are in a perfect alignment with that organization? Because I think as serious as the word socialism gets thrown around, I think people know the implications of that, and they're not necessarily denouncing those endorsements or saying that they don't want them. I mean, actually, a really good example of AOC is actually that the DSA doesn't endorse her anymore, and they originally did when she first ran. Now that she's been in Congress and she's kind of has like her legs under her, we've actually seen her viewpoints shift more to the right now because she understands that those constituents who lean more left aren't very reliable at the voting booth, and also those people are more self-described DSA socialist types of voters. So we've even seen people who initially were elected kind of turn away from those folks because of how the American public views socialism in general from a federal level. If AOC wants any chance to win a Senate seat too, she knows that this isn't something that she's going to have to keep kind of supporting, and we've kind of already seen that in her shift in Congress. So I think you've already seen people who have leaned more towards the left even shift now over time because of how destructive the term has been. I mean, have they? I mean, because sure, AOC has become less, I guess you could say, aggressive in her rhetoric, but I don't think that she has actually necessarily moderated in her actual.
Well, but that's my point, right?
Voting.
Like the policies, even if they haven't changed much, the rhetoric is changing. That goes back to the marketing aspect where, again, like what they're supporting may not be so different, but it's who they're associating with and how they're saying it. That's been a drastic change, at least from AOC's point. She's not as rhetorical, which I also agree with and pointed out. But like that's also my point is like the marketing piece of that has been so important. People like her realizing like, okay, there has to be a better way to promote my ideas that isn't enacting socialism or the DSA. Severing the tie there, I think is kind of important, kind of showcases that.
Yeah, so I think that if you're still voting for those policies, though, those whether we want to call them the progressive policies, socialist policies, neoliberal policies, whatever, you are still supporting them, and and given that the Republicans aren't necessarily labeling her or attacking her as much because they're not attacking her as much, even though she's still supporting much the same policies. I think she's still. I still think that the term is still very much.
Well, I just think back to the problem. Like progressive policy would have wide appeal if it wasn't tied to socialism, and I think that she understands that appeal towards those policies, at least in New York State, where potential Senate or presidential run are policies that have shown to be popular across the country or in New York, and that there's a better way to market them. Again, like if you look at who the new boogeyman is, like you can look at the mayor of New York City, who has been attacked much more than AOC has in the past year or so, because he's much closer to the DSA. He himself has also been a big proponent of democratic socialism, rally with Bernie. And the way now as mayor, since he won his primary as a general candidate and as mayor now, has also come back to kind of hone in or like rein in that type of rhetoric and be more of a policy prescription type of mayor, where he's not talking about taking away wealth or anything like that. He's talking about
he literally for Easter he said that that you were going to tax. What did he say? Something about taxing the rich or whatever?
Yeah, taxing the rich though. No, but we already talked about taxing the rich. That's something that is a popular slogan that is far and away from saying that the government is going to take over property or control collectively, your land or your companies, right? It's like a far cry from like the actual socialism that a lot of people are afraid of in this country.
All right, so real quick, I'm going to go ahead and jump in. As with every other debate tonight, I'll let y'all keep cooking there for a little while, but we are going to get to our Q&A set. Yes, sir.
I need to step away from the computer for a few minutes. Sorry.
Well, you got about 5 minutes or so. Is that good enough? All right, cheers. We're going to Castle for the questions first anyway. So do your thing. Be quick. All right. So that said, Castle, we're going to go to you with a couple of questions. I'm going to go first because I get to. So you were talking that the main problem is wrong prompt. Sorry, kids. Amateur. Like fucking seriously, get good, bro. You were talking about the fact that the problem is a bad publicity campaign for progressives or for progressive policy. There was some argument from your opposition that progressivism and socialism are different types of roads in the first place, and I'm going to get to that whenever I get to him. But to you, I would like to ask, do you believe that it would be equally beneficial for us to have better publicity for socialism as opposed to just better publicity for progressivism, or removing socialism from progressivism?
Good question. And my answer is no, because of how tainted the word socialism is. It's really like a dead word. And that's why, again, if you want to promote even socialist policy or progressive policy, I think just based on what we've seen from Democrats who've been on that side of the aisle, and then also just what the connotations that are behind that word, I think it's something that you can never make good to the American people. I think that because of the history behind it, and again, I think the only argument, not to make an argument for Groofus here, the only argument you could say is because younger people don't have that history and they haven't learned about it or have come from countries who have showcased that history before and have immigrated to the U.S. They just have a more favorable view of it because they really don't understand some of the context behind it. But like I mentioned, over time, people's views changes. It still hasn't grown as an acceptable ideology. From the Gallup poll, it went from 36 to 39% favorable over 15 years. So even that growth is really limited. So I just don't think if you've had that much time to make your argument, it would have been made. And we've seen how limited it can be. So I just think it's just dead on arrival to try to revive it.
Fair enough. Doomer, your turn, sir. Do you have a question for Castle?
Yeah. Could you point to any specific candidates in a previous election or policies where a progressive proposal or candidate gained traction only after kind of rebranding or taking away that socialist label?
Only after taking away that socialist label.
Or rebranding, repackaging it later or whatnot.
Or rebranding and repackaging it later. It's a good question. Just give me, I'm just trying to think if there's anybody I can think of. Yes. and the funny thing that came to my mind was Kamala Harris. Because if you remember Kamala Harris, she got absolutely bodied in the Democratic primary in 2020 against Joe Biden, and she ran a very far left campaign. And then during the, obviously as her time as vice president, being picked as vice president and running with Joe Biden, and then eventually running her own campaign, a lot of people on the left felt that she had moved right on these issues that they felt were more socialistic in nature. So I think that's somebody who had done that. Whether you want to call it successful, again, she was able to be on a debate stage with Donald Trump and kind of persuade the American people that her ideas now were changed enough. Obviously, it was a close popular vote race. The Electoral College, I know, would tell you otherwise, but from a popular vote, it was still close. And so I think that that's the one example I could showcase that, from somebody who is more left, who then changed their positions a little bit, and who got further than anybody else who had done that. That's the one example I think I could think of.
Tyler, got a question for Castle?
Okay, so I gotta take you all the way back, and I might have to lay down some context for you. All the way back to...
You don't say.
Yeah, the cross of Gruff. He asked a question that I kind of liked. He essentially asked if... He was making the point that you're saying that you can't put lipstick on a pig. He said there's parallels between the policy, no matter if you call it socialist policy, if you call it progressive policy, if you call it the normal liberal democratic agenda, there's going to be parallels to that socialist policy, which is razor taxes that are extremely unpopular. It's going to tap into the system and the mechanisms of the same thought process that socialism did, no matter what you call it. And those are the things that are truly unpopular to people once they figure out what it is, once they dig into it. And he started bringing up polls about universal health care that were saying people love it. It's got like a 60% approval rating until you see how it's funded. And it said it's going to make your taxes go up, and then the approval rating drops to like 30%. And that's kind of what he was hinting at. He never really made that full argument, but since he's filling in, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, kind of filling it in for him, because I want to give you an opportunity to address that more clearly, because you really didn't get to it well. How do you, would you respond to that argument?
Yeah, so two things. I don't think it's feasible to say that everything that Democrats can relabel will be popular for the American people. There's just no way that you can have a 100% win rate. So I think that if you try to put different marketing to any progressive policy or even some type of socialist policy, you can't expect the American people to always like take it in stride and accept that. And then the second thing too is that for at least the healthcare piece of that, the funding debates are always going to be a partisan and subjective. You can say we're going to tax you more some pollster can say Democrats want to enact broad taxes on everybody to pay for this. Democrats will say, no, we want to just tax the rich. I'm sure that would change how people view it as well. So I think when you talk about taxes, yes, I think most Americans, when you say we're going to tax you more for this, they're going to be opposed to it. Those funding mechanisms and how you do it always change people's minds. And then I'll still go back to my Obamacare point where we were still saying for Obamacare that when it had the mandate involved, that was something where if you didn't buy Obamacare, didn't use Obamacare, the government was going to charge you for that. And that was still something that even after it passed, Obamacare still showed its approval rating going higher. So I think Americans are opposed to taxes at first. When you show that those taxes can actually be put to use for the American people over time and showcase that, I don't think that they're as opposed as they originally thought.
All right. So we did actually have a question come in from the chat. I'm going to go ahead and put it back up onto the board one more time, but I'm going to read it out loud since it is to you, Castle, and it's, I guess, really tiny and you can't read it. So, Castle, How does rebranding socialist economics untie it from socialism? I'll ask that again. How does rebranding socialist economics untie it from socialism?
Well, in certain cases, we can talk about healthcare again, for example. You're not going to untie it necessarily from a social welfare program or a social safety net program. The point was that you have to disassociate the progressive policy with just the word socialism. So I think in some cases, and like, again, we have Social Security today. Would Americans think that is a socialist policy? No, but it is. And that's the same thing that you would have to do in this case. You can't necessarily, untether it. You just have to make it so the policy is so popular that it's hard to take away from folks. So I think that's the best thing you can do in that situation. And we've seen it happen before in the past. It's not an easy thing to do, but if you have the political willpower over time, I think Americans support it.
Great, very cool. So we're now going to kick this over to questions for Groofus. Groofus, I will have a question for you first. You were talking about how you do not believe, or you were framing it that progressive policy was a political ideology and socialism was an economic strategy. I feel like you were trying to separate them in that way. So I'm going to try something a little bit different. It's a little bit off prompt, but I can connect the dots very quickly for you, much quicker than Tyler would be able to. So progressive policy is generally something that is intended to benefit the people. We would also label that as being populism. So would it be better to you, do you think that socialism would be more representative of populism or populist goals? And the reason that I ask, and I will give you just that little hair of context, because during the 2016 election, and I think that Pocahontas was kind of getting at this in the first debate tonight, the reason that Donald Trump was able to get into office was because he convinced people that he was a populist. And I heard a lot of overlap between the policies he was proposing, the populist proposals that comply with socialist proposals. So my question to you is, again, to some more succinct, do you believe that socialism and populism are more tied than socialism and progressivism?
I think it would have to very much have to be depends on the specific brand of populism. I mean, if you want to say that for Donald Trump's form of populism, I might be willing to agree with you on that, maybe. But then if you also say, maybe you could bring up saying Ron Paul's a populist, and I don't know if I would entirely disagree with that, and I would not say that that form of populism is closer to progressivism, or is closer to socialism than progressivism, if that makes sense.
It does. So basically you're saying that not all populism, there is some populism associates with socialism, but not all. Fair answer.
Correct.
Doomer, are you ready with a question for Groofus, sir?
Yeah, 1 second.
Yep. Do you want me to kick it to Tyler first?
Yeah, I just sat back down.
Yep, no worries. Tyler, are you ready with a question, sir? I bet you are. Shoot.
Yes. Okay, so as I alluded to in the same question I asked to him, you were going down a path that said polling shows collapses, shows that like support for these progressive policies collapses when they see the funding mechanism, when they see their taxes are going to go up, when they see it's going to cost them more. And Castle went into a defense saying, well, we're going to go tax the billionaires. And I need to hear more from this argument. I need to hear your rebuttal to it because it's a very important argument in my opinion. So from there, you dropped it and went to the next point. I essentially want to know when he says, well, we're just going to tax billionaires, what is your counter argument that would win that argument? Like, what would you say to that?
So my counter, I mean, it would very much end up having to, you very much end up having to go into economic theory and bring up tax incidence, because when you end up taxing billionaires, you don't end up taxing the billionaires. They end up passing most, if not all, those costs down. You could confiscate, and also you could confiscate the entire net worth of every billionaire in America. Not just tax it, you can fully confiscate it, and it funds the federal government. If I remember my math correctly, is about 10.5 months. The programs both progressives and socialists are proposing are multi-trillion-dollar permanent commitments. Billionaire taxes might be a starting point if we concede the idea that socialism or progressivism is good, but it doesn't fund it well enough.
All right. Are you ready now, Doomer?
Yeah, I think so.
Go ahead.
What other factors do you think play a larger role in limiting the appeal to progressive policy? Or do you think just because it's kind of that non-separable from socialism that it's not really anything else, it's purely just that?
I think it's mostly that, though you could also very much say that it's the fact that people generally, it's kind of breaking off from that one point, but people generally don't like, how do you put this? People don't like tax increases. They generally want to have the live and let live mentality, so long as something either so long as said policy either helps them or doesn't interfere in their way, they don't really care. I don't know if there's any other way to really.
All right. No worries. Nope. You did your best there. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and go through, give you guys both your 3 minutes to answer, or I'm sorry, to give us your closings, and then we're gonna throw this last debate to the wolves. So, Groofus, you're gonna go first. Or sorry, Groofus. Castle, you're gonna go first. No, shush. Castle, you're gonna go first. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Give us your closing.
Sure. So at the start of the debate, we talked about my restaurant, Filthy Flats, good product, great location, solid reviews, and yet it failed. Not because of what it was, but because what it was called. And that's the entire point of today's debate. My opponent wants you to believe that progressive policies lack appeal because of their substance, that Americans reject what these policies do. We've talked about how, if you tax folks a certain way, they're going to be upset, or billionaires are going to be mad about it and then pass on costs here and there. Again, we can talk about the policies separately and how they work, but we know that how it's marketed is what matters to the American people. After the fact, we can talk about the policy discussion. And we have talked about certain policies that were marketed in a progressive way that were used against these policies. Republicans use certain phrasing, especially when we talked about Obamacare. And we've seen how Obamacare has remained popular to this day, using policies like lowering prescription drug costs or raising wages, like raising the minimum wage. These things are constantly receiving support across the political spectrum. And yet, when those same ideas are tied to the word socialism, you can see the support drops. And we talked about how this word carries decades of negative meaning. It doesn't invite discussion. It just shuts things down. And when I talked to Horseradish about this too, he asked the question if we can revive using socialism. And it's just something that I don't think is possible. It turns a conversation about solutions into a negative reaction about ideology. How many times do you think you could bring up a policy about tax policy, for instance, and actually have a discussion about raising or lowering taxes? If you start talking about socialism with that person, they're going to start to attack that word instead. and then the whole conversation derails. My opponent is going to argue that voters are rejecting the policies themselves, but if that were true, support wouldn't fluctuate based on how those policies are described. The fact that it does proves our point. The barrier isn't the policy, it's the perception. And that's what this debate comes down to. Not whether progressive ideas work, which we've showcased it can, but whether tying them to socialism helps gain them broad support. And we've showcased that it doesn't. It limits them, it narrows their appeal, and gives opponents way too much leeway to dismiss them before they're even understood. So when you evaluate this round, ask yourself one simple question. If the same idea is accepted under one name, but rejected under another, what actually changed? Not the policy, just the label. And I'll see the rest of my time.
All right. Good stuff. We're going to kick it now over to you, Groofus. 3 minutes going back on the clock. Last word, put a cherry on it.
All right. Castle came in with a branding argument. Politics is marketing. The product is good. The label is the problem. But here's where his restaurant analogy gets wrong. You can rename a restaurant without changing the kitchen. You cannot rename a tax increase. The product here is the mechanism, and the mechanism is exactly what the voters are rejecting. And my opponent confirmed this himself tonight. He told you that directly that you cannot untie the progressive policy from socialist economics. You can only rebrand it. That's a concession. That's a concession of the resolution. The resolution says not tied to socialism, not called socialism. Those are different claims, and he admitted that you can only deliver the second one. He also, in his closing, somewhat dismissed tax incidence. But that's the concept. But that concept is exactly why the billionaire tax argument collapses. When you tax a corporation or wealthy producer, the tax doesn't stay with them. It gets passed down through higher prices, lower wages, and reduced investment. The person paying the tax on paper is rarely the person bearing the costs in practice. And here's what makes the branding argument self-defeating on its own terms. KFF polling shows that support for Medicare for All sits around 50% when asked generically, but poll drops 20 points the moment the funding mechanism is explained neutrally. No attack ads, no Koch brothers. Just the question, would you support this if it raised your taxes? That's not manufactured opposition, that's informed opposition. Same policy, described two different ways, produces completely different numbers. Which means the popularity my opponent is pointing out was never really real. It was an artifact of the incomplete information. The moment voters understand what they're actually being asked to support, they say no. You cannot build a governing majority on polling that evaporates on contact with details. And even, I think, on his own terms, he's somewhat losing. He brought up the Gallup poll showing polling at 39% overall, unmoved after the years of rebranding and carefully managed messaging. But look at what's underneath that flat number. Democrat support from socialism has gone from 50% in 2010 to 2/3 today, while rejection everywhere has grown equally. The rebranding effort hasn't moved the needle, it's just sorted the coalition, and it's sorting against you in a general election. He also told you that Social Security works past it wage generation and make it untouchable. But Social Security is popular today because pulling it means cutting checks to retirees who paid into it their whole lives. That's not ideological endorsement, it's lock-in. And it still required the Great Depression to pass it in the first place. And underneath this is the problem that no rebranding solves. The people who benefit from redistributive programs are diffuse and receive modest gain. The people paying are concentrated and lose each significantly. The second group will always out-organize the first, and that's the structural math of democratic redistribution, and it generates its own opposition regardless of what you call it. The socialist label hasn't killed progressive policy. It's been the excuse that kept it from being killed by its own track record. I can see the time. If I have any left.
All right. Yeah, you don't have any left. I let Castle go way over on his opening, so I figured, fuck it, I'll let you go way over on your closing. All right.
Thank you.
Good stuff. No worries. So that is our third debate of the night. And I'm going to drop that link into the chat. You guys know what to do. You understand the assignment. Please click that link. Tell us who you think made the best case tonight, who was the strongest debater, not just who you liked or who was your favorite or who you agree with, but who you think made the best arguments, okay? And with that said, before I kick this over to the judges, I want to say again that Grufus, you came in last minute, like literally as last minute as we've ever fucking had before. And I think regardless of how the judges fall, this was your best performance in the DMZ yet. So that said, thank you very, very, very much for coming in for us and saving us like this. And regardless of how the judges fall, you have my utmost respect and appreciation. So
thank you.
That's it. No, thank you. We're going to kick this over to the judges. Doomer, sir, are you ready to render judgment?
Yeah, I think so. I thought this one was super, super close, a lot closer than I thought it was going to be originally. I felt both sides brought up really good examples supporting their stances. And kind of funnily enough, I think that both of them kind of brought up also examples for the other side pretty strongly. I liked the fact that Castle brought up the candidates that have historically kind of ran as progressive, kind of socialist prospects and failed, and then brought up how Harris previously ran as kind of a progressive socialist kind of candidate in the 2020 primaries and kind of fell on her face, but, you know, saw better success later once that kind of socialist connotation was stripped away. But I felt Grufus was very persuasive in kind of citing that the progressive policies and ties to kind of the socialist vibes there are kind of not separable and they kind of require each other. A lot of people like those policies, but once it gets to that funding aspect, they kind of fall apart because those links to how people view socialism. I think I've just by the narrowest of margins, the narrowest of 6 4s, 4 6s, would give this to the negative on Grufus, just because I feel that some of those arguments that Castle brought up work both ways, and kind of how Harris might have like lost those socialist kind of connotations to her policies, but kind of how Grufus brought up those are kind of non-separable, and I feel that if she's losing some of those socialist connotations to her, she's not really bringing the kind of same progressive policy, kind of the same as you bring up the candidates that historically failed as progressive socialist prospects. And we see more kind of those purple blue dog kind of prospects getting success nowadays. I feel that's more showing how, you know, that's not as defined, I guess. So yeah, that's the reason I'd give it the narrowest margin to Grufus here.
All right, so there you go, Grufus. That's one judge in your pocket. He will expect payment later. Tyler, are you, sir, ready to render judgment? All right, before you go, chat, please fucking vote, because there's a good chance these two people are not going to agree with each other, and it's going to come down to you guys for the third time tonight. We'll see. Get those votes in fast as soon as possible, please. Tyler, where'd you come down on this and why?
Okay, so Castle made a great argument at the beginning that it was about branding that I don't feel like was sufficiently addressed. Early on, we got the first argument we got in Cross was about putting lipstick on a pig, and I asked my question to Castle about it because I thought that was the proper argument to be that. It just, we got one question about it and it never came back. It just disappeared. Rufus kind of had a couple good points in the company, but they came back a little too late because that was one of the exchanges. And then again was my question with him, is he had 3 exchanges where he just let Castle get the last word and just dropped the subject and moved on to the next thing. And like in a debate, that's ultimately admitting conceit in that argument. You just let him like frame it in his way, get away with it, and you're like, all right, fuck it, I lost that. You cut your losses. And even if that's not your intent, that's how it comes off and looks. Whereas Castle's over there fucking going hammer time, like with his arguments. He had an argument about Social Security, if it would be attempted to be passed today, where Republicans call it socialism, and you admit it. Yeah, you're it's like, yeah, absolutely, it would be. It's like they fight that shit tooth and nail. It's like, yeah, but people don't think of it today as socialism. They love it, right? And you're like, yeah, absolutely, they do. It's like you just showed his point. He just admitted essentially that he was correct about these things, whereas you could have been pushing him. You could have been grabbing all these unpopular social, quasi-socialist, leftist things like the New Green Deal. That shit was super fucking unpopular, and something that was being pushed by the DSA. You could have reached into their bag of failed economic proposals and been like, well, look at these 20 things. You got this one thing, Bernie's one plan that's good. But look at these 20 fucking things they tried that all failed. He just kind of didn't have any of those examples ready. I know they exist. I just know that you got to hear like an hour before the debate. Like, it did a fantastic job for that framing. It's just, this is probably what you would have needed to win. And you just didn't have that. So I give it to Castle 7-3. But fantastic job for the amount of time that you had to do it.
All right,
Me and Tyler will
so
never agree, by the way.
Never gonna agree. I know. That's why I told Chat, get on the fucking clock, guys, because this is gonna come down to y'all again, as it should be. TBH, the judges are absolutely important to this process, but at the end of the day, debate is about persuasion, and if they can change the hearts and minds out there in chat, that's really what matters. So, Chat, for the last time, I'm dropping this link into you guys. Please, if you haven't already, click that link, vote for who you thought was the best debater, and we are going to leave it in y'all's hands. But while you guys are getting those locked in, I'm going to say it one more time, regardless of how the actual decision falls here, great performance from both of y'all, and in fact, I'm going to say great performance from all 6 of the debaters tonight. I want to actually also, while we're waiting, call it back to Toka and Razor here, just because of the fact that both of them, this was easily the best performance I've seen from either one of them. And getting to see you guys developing and getting better over the time that you guys have been here with us is super duper awesome. I do want to say that I am sad for Tokahannis, just because the first time she was here, she didn't understand the format. Second time she was here, she didn't understand the prompt. And the third time she's been here, her technology seems to be shit in the bed. So it seems like everything is stacked against her. But that said, despite all of those things, she has definitely kept showing up and giving it her all. So yeah, that's really all that matters. Exactly. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and go back to the 2 debaters, and 5, 4, get those votes locked in. 3, 2, 1. Nice. All right. We got some votes in and results. Again, by a slim margin here of 8-6, the vote is in favor of Castle on the affirmative. So, good job, Castle. The audience has spoken, and they believe that you made the best case with a 6-4 majority win. So, one more time for everybody, that is it. Great shit. All right, so for everybody who knows how this goes, we're about to open each of the prompts up. We're going to go through each of the prompts in order, and we're going to put 30 minutes on the clock for each of those. And all of us get to get into it, so that it's not just the 2 debaters. Those of you, I know it's a long time for those of you who weren't debating the entire time, obviously, but especially as a content creator, you get to react live to what most people watch a VOD to react. So again, it's not like you guys get to sit there and scream and yell and fucking spaz out to your chat, you know what I'm saying, the whole time, and then afterwards you get to be prepared to come in and tell us what you think of each of these prompts. So absolutely awesome job to every single one of y'all. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you all for sticking around. And again, for the last time, thank you, Groofus. Easily the most loyal debater in the fucking DMZ. So that said, first prompt is going to go on the clock. If anybody wants to take a quick bathroom break or whatever, this is a good idea now. I'm not going to actually start the 30 minutes until I get back with my own whiskey. So I am going to start y'all talking. Doomer and Tyler, y'all are the mods. I assume that you guys can keep everything civil. But our first prompt of the night was the Hillary Clinton one. And I know for a fact that a few people in this chat are going to disagree on this one. This is a pet peeve of Roddy. So we have at least one true diehard Trump fan in here. Maybe even two. Yes, sir. What's up, Rufus?
Let's get into it.
You still have your vote for tonight that you haven't done yet.
Oh yeah.
I understand that. Thank you for calling me out on that because I'm not sure who the fuck's going to win it. I'm going to sit here and think about it while I'm
Just
shaking
give it
the
to
dew off the
Tyler.
lily. Yes, true story. You're not wrong there. All right, so I will be back and I will give you guys my MVP when I get back. But talk amongst yourselves. Go get your bathroom, get your drink, etc., because we're gonna get into it. Okay.
I will be back.
Yep. Be right back myself. Boink.
Sweet.
Yeah, we doing smoke.
I'm confused. How the fuck do you win a debate as the negative without addressing the affirmative's argument by just presenting your own affirmative? It just doesn't compute in my brain.
You do it really well.
I'm missing something.
Let's Chief had something to say about that in chat. I know he's not in here, but he was giving you shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say Let's Chief had a lot to say.
I was reading it. I just don't feel like it answered my question.
Calling him out now.
I talked to him a little bit.
My only thing with it, I thought Razor should have been like, it was for me, it was like open season where you can actually do whataboutism without being criticized. So every time she brought something up about Hillary, you should have just been like, well, even if you had the impression it was like what we knew in 2016, I feel like there was plenty of shit you could have attacked Trump on. So you'd be like, well, career politician, would have been good for the country, even if it's status quo, as opposed to Trump, who's like a TV personality. Like, I don't know. I feel like you could have just shit on him a bit, but maybe that was more like what I wanted you to do.
Hello, Didi.
That's my only two cents.
I just didn't give him the opportunity.
You kind of steamrolled it, not in like a criticizing way, but like
controlling.
I didn't.
Every time he said
that.
something, you just threw the next thing out there, and he was always on the defensive.
Yeah, you
so
kept him on Bernie for a while. He's like,
good strategy.
To talk about that, you brought up Bernie again and went down that route.
Yeah.
And that whole time, none of it was about your argument. You made two arguments. One of them had three parts, two of which you talked about, one of which you conceded, and then another argument he didn't even touch. And that to me, means as the affirmative, you default win. Even if he presents a utopian paradise as his alternative, the fact that he's not arguing your exact argument to me tells me that he didn't win it. But
Can I say how I read the? May I real quickly say how it is that I read the?
I mean,
That's
what.
what.
I think I'm being too rigid on the rules of debate. Is all. That's
No, it was a debate.
The
That's what it
way
came
the
down
way that I, the way that I ended up reading the prompt, it was literally supposed to be. It was literally just saying, like, Hillary was the better option, and here's why. It was not saying Donald Trump was the worst option. That's why I spoke the way I did. And I don't feel like conspiracy theories and the thing that happened with the DNC has anything to do with those. So that's why it was so confusing to me when I kept hearing that, even though I wanted to keep it to the 2016 election, that I was told that I was on the defensive. I don't know. It
well,
sounds
if I could
off
give
to
you
me.
one piece of advice here, if there's anything I would say, I would just say I would focus more on attacking the other person's argument. Yes, you should make your own arguments, of course, and back up your own side of it. But the point of the debate is also to bring down the other person's argument. So I would definitely create some scenarios before the debate where you would need to defend or bring down an argument that they're defending.
Yeah, I would feel like I kind of did. Chief said in the chat, I had one hell of a 1-2 punch on you with the. Yeah, I had a 1-2 punch on you with the fact that he's not an outsider. He never was. Anyone who says he was doesn't understand what to be an outsider actually means.
Well, he was an outsider. I was saying as a politician, not as a businessman. Yeah. A businessman is, I'd say, a different form of insider.
Sorry, I thought I heard someone else.
I guess.
You just heard me
Oh
sitting
no,
down.
you cut off for a bit. You might have. I don't know if you were finished. Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was gonna say if I took the prompt, you could say Donald Trump was a better option than Hillary Clinton. I feel like there's two approaches. Kind of what you did. You're saying, well, why Hillary was better, or you could have said why Trump was worse. And I to Tyler's point, like it did come off more as like two affirmatives sort of arguing. So that's why I said, like, I wish you criticized Trump more because, yeah, if you're like, you get to the same place. You could say like why Trump, or instead of saying why Hillary is better, you could say why Trump is worse. And it's like, at least that's my interpretation.
I would I did want to go a little bit towards that, but because like in my opener I ended up saying the whole like racist, sexist, and creep. Like I wanted to say like I held back a word that I wanted to use, but and obviously the joke about he eats his steaks well done, the monster.
Right.
With ketchup.
Bro, I just had myself a steak and I made myself a nice, beautiful, like rare steak. I just had that before all this. Like, delicious. Moving on. But like the attacks I could have gone with Trump and everything. I feel because I have too much of a recency bias of pure fucking hatred for the man, I needed to move away from it so I didn't get wrapped up in my emotions. I needed to stay as clear as I could. That's why I didn't want to go for the attacks on Trump specifically for 2016, because I have too much recency bias.
Real quick,
Real quick,
Go ahead,
I think both of you, for some reason, like tried to confine that to views like just previous to 2016. And I don't think you have very many options for critiquing him if you're just limiting everything to prior to the election.
Agree with
because you didn't really know much about his politics. Yeah.
Yeah.
Real quick, I just wanted to say,
Yeah,
Razor,
he was a Democrat and a Republican.
I should have gone for his character the most. Like his policies.
Why did you limit it to no hindsight in that? Was that like a thing you both agreed on beforehand, or just like during the debate?
I think it just came that way.
Well, being silly.
I think it just happened. I think it just happened.
Where's the coach input on that? The coach has failed you there.
Yeah. Well, we didn't actually mention that, I don't think. So I do want to say real quick, for those of you who do not know, Tokahontas and Razor were the first people to try out our coaching service. So basically we had we had one of their judges who helped them out with their prep and stuff and kind of got them sort of set up. And that's awesome because I was curious. I actually was super impressed, Razor, by your decision. The adamance of you to keep Tokahontas off of Bernie Sanders was, I was like, I actually reached out to your coach. I was like, did you fucking tell him to do that? Because the way that was an absolutely baller fucking move.
Came out hard on me.
Yeah, it came out hard, and I thought Tokahontas. Just for the record, had you held him to it, literally just been like, yeah, I don't care that you don't want to talk about it. Like you could have easily drilled in on that as one of the reasons. Like that was an example of her being anti-populist or going against the will of the people. It wasn't just about the whole like all of us together or whatever. But I think that Razor, but I think Razor knew that, and he just pew pew pew.
Yeah.
Oh no! When I first saw you bring up this prompt and say like, "Oh, you're going to be on the negative," I already know Bernie's going to be an option in this. No, I'm not dealing with that. I caught it immediately before me and Chief.
I knew
started
we were
talking.
anticipating that too. That's why I kind of held on, like, you know.
Hold on for dear
to her
hope.
credit, she did keep hitting you back on it. She's like, well, it is relevant. It was like, was it Get Stronger Together or whatever? It was just like, that was kind of a funny thing where she looped it back in.
Yeah, and if anything, I feel like I did good in both in keeping it away as much as possible. And when she did continue to push, I was just like, and she was, because he ended up being someone that worked with her, and there was more than like a probably even 50 or more % chance, probably 70% chance that he would have gotten a very powerful position in the cabinet if she had won. Like, so the Stronger Together still works because because Bernie still worked. So it meant literally had nothing to. So the primary
Bernie
had nothing to do with it.
accepted what happened to him, basically. And Chief,
Exactly.
you're right. That was ultimately the DNC that did it, not Hillary. But an argument could be made that at that time, Hillary was deeply involved in the decision making of the DNC. So, I mean, again, while yes, she might not have been the ultimate call on that, she definitely was involved in the decision making and definitely benefited from that corruption. So,
Definitely when Schultz retired from the DNC after those emails came out, the day she retired, she got hired by Hillary's campaign.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
They were definitely working together.
Yeah, like again, I didn't really, and realistically, when it came to the if this had been like if this had been anything about primary, if anything about the primary mattered in this topic, maybe I would have gotten a little bit on that. But I said no, this had nothing to do with the primaries. This has to do with the fucking general. I want to talk about that.
So speaking of getting got, one of the other things that I did get to see, excuse me, in the that was mentioned to me was that you, and kudos to you for this. So I want to hear how you prepared for this argument, the accelerationist argument. How were you prepared if Pocahontas had come at this and said that, look, we were never going to get to the point that we are now if it hadn't been for somebody like Donald Trump fucking it all up for everybody. Right now, there's a unity on the left that never would have fucking happened had it not been for Donald Trump. And that is sort of that was going to be my question, but I was like, I'm not going to hit him with that because I know, but I would like to hear your argument or how you would stand against that.
Yeah, I